A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane is trying to get her 18-year-old niece Betty, who now lives with the Aces, to meet some young fellows. But Betty's such a serious type, she thinks it's a waste of time. Last night, Marge's boyfriend Neal brought out a young man named Mickey and persuaded her to go to a dance with him. Betty went, only after Neal said he would go too. Betty's developing a crush on Neal. We find Mr. Race, Marge, and Jane in the living room just after dinner. There goes the telephone, and Jane answers it. Listen.
Hello? Yes? Betty, just a minute, I'll call... who is this? Oh, hello, Mickey. This is Betty's aunt, remember? How are you? Oh, Mickey calling Betty?
Well, looks like Betty's doing all right.
Oh, I'm just fine. What? Oh, Neal told you to call up and ask how Betty is.
Neal's stupid with him. Looks like Neal's engineering this whole thing.
I see. Well, she's just fine. Hold the phone there and I'll call her. Oh, did you have a good time at the dance last night?
Jane, why don't you stop pestering that kid with those silly questions?
Hush, dear. What did you say, Mickey?
No.
Oh, well, she knows Neal better than she does you. But after she gets to know you better, she'll pay more attention to you. Oh, well, she was just excited, I guess, Mickey, because she doesn't go out with fellas very much, and this is her first dance. And I'm sure if you give her another chance, she'll just...
Jane, get off that phone and call Betty.
Yes, I know there's a lot of pebbles on the beach.
Jane!
Just a minute, Mickey. There's so much noise going on here. Hold the phone a minute. Dear, why do you keep talking when I'm talking on the phone? I can't hear a word he's saying.
Jane, who's that phone call for?
Betty.
Well, why don't you call her?
I'm going to, but I'm just trying to explain to him why Betty...
A fine job you're doing. You don't tell a fellow that a girl hasn't any other boyfriends and that it was her first time out. You tie her up as if every boy in town is showering her with attention.
Oh, I see what you mean. That's cute, yes.
Yes, too late, you see it.
Oh, it's not too late. Hello, Mickey.
She's off again.
What are you saying? Oh, yes, a lot of pebbles on the beach. Well, of course, if you like pebbles. After all, Betty isn't a pebble that anybody can walk on. Not with all the boys in town just raining her with attention.
Right.
That's marked up from showering.
Well, I guess she's got lots of pebbles, too, when you come to think of it. More fellas have been calling up today. I just don't know if I'm going on horseback. Hold the phone, Mickey. I'll see if she's in. She might have slipped out the back way with somebody. Hold the phone.
Not so loud, Mark. He'll hear you.
Well, he heard you, and if he's still hanging on there, nothing will discourage him.
Well, it sure worked, Mark.
You did?
Yes, it sure got him off his high hat. He sounded very anxious when I said that.
Yeah, I'll bet. He's only calling her because Neal told him to. I'll bet he's sorry he got mixed up in the whole thing.
Oh, not so loud. You know how telephones are.
No, how are they?
They're just fine. Oh, stop it. Well, I better call Betty. Betty, telephone Betty.
What did he say about her paying more attention to Neal than to him?
Oh, last night at the dance. She said she didn't even dance with him. She danced once with Neal, he said, and she hardly paid any attention to him.
Well, I thought she couldn't dance.
That's what she told us, but Mickey said she danced with Neal.
Oh.
What is this power Neal has over us girls?
I don't know, but isn't that awful, going out with a fellow and then not paying any attention to him? No wonder she never has any fellows to go out with. No, oh, where is he? Betty, telephone.
I'm afraid Mickey's not her type, Jane.
Yes, dear, not in front of the telephone. Can I hear you? Oh, here she is. Telephone, Betty. For me? Who is it, Neal? Neal? No, it's Mickey. Oh, him? Yes, he called up to find out how you are. Oh, tell him I'm quite well. Tell him you're quite well.
Betty, tell him yourself. He called for you.
I have nothing to say to him. Betty, what's the matter with you? You have to talk to him. I don't see why. Why? Because he called you. You have to answer the phone when it rings. It's impolite not to. What did he think? Oh, I don't think he'll notice it. Now, Betty, was there a way to talk after he took you to the dance last night? I went with Neal. Yes, but Mickey was with you. He happened to be alone. That's what I said.
Will you two stop quibbling?
I didn't quib.
Betty, I think you better talk to your young man.
My young man? Aren't you being a little childish, Lord?
Well, maybe we both are. How's that?
Well, I'm certainly trying not to be.
Now you talk to him. It's bad enough that he had to tell me that you didn't pay any attention to him last night. That's no way to do. When you go out with a fellow, you have to pay attention to him. Like laughing at his jokes and things like that. My goodness, didn't your mother teach you anything?
I was with Neal.
Oh, why you keep saying you were with Neal? I was here when Neal said he'd go with you and Mickey. You don't think that Neal would go with you without Mickey, do you?
He might.
Oh, really?
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. I was only asking.
After all, yours is only a platonic friendship, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't know about that. I'm a stranger here. Didn't Neal tell you that?
Daddy, answer the phone.
He didn't have to. Then he didn't tell you that.
No, but I can certainly see what...
Daddy, answer the phone.
I will not. And he's waiting to talk to
Hey,
you.
now, wait a minute. What's going on here? What's the matter with you?
Nothing. I merely resent Marge's attitude concerning Neal.
What attitude was that?
Oh, you sound so possessive.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry.
Well, somebody's got to talk to him. Of course, Marge, if you want to make this a contest.
Oh, no, not at all. I'll step out.
Step out? No, maybe.
What's your stepping out?
I'm trying to see if you stepped out or
Oh,
not.
what's going on here?
Hold the phone a minute, Mickey.
Now, look, Betty, I don't know what silly ideas your young mind is thinking up, but if I were you...
Oh, stop yelling at
well,
me.
somebody's got to talk to her.
Why wish somebody to talk to Mickey?
Yes, all you have to do is answer the phone and talk to the young man who called you. I never saw such an argument start out of a simple telephone call.
I'm not interested in talking to that young man. We have nothing in common. I don't even know him.
Well, how can you say that? You went to the dance with him last night.
I went with Neal.
But Mickey took you.
He just happened to be along.
Well, this is where I came in, I believe. What do you mean he just happened to be along? He was the main one. Neal happened to be along. What would Mickey think if he knew that you thought he was playing second base for Neal?
We have nothing in common.
Well, you've got a lot in common. You could have more fun together if you only pay a little attention to him.
Fine. Is that all there is to life, Aunt Jane?
I think so.
Oh, Aunt Jane.
Yeah, did I say the wrong thing?
Well, I suppose not. It's what most everybody says. That's why it's such a comfort to find someone like Neal.
Neal? What about Neal?
He's the only one I've found who realized there's something more to life than just this. Surface living. Oh, of course, you'd laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you, Duffy. I'm laughing at me.
And I expected you to laugh at both of us.
Oh, it's your team, is it?
Oh, isn't that awful? Betty, for a girl that's supposed to have a little more than average school sense, you're certainly developing a schoolgirl crush on a fella that's just kidding you along.
Hey. Well, Aunt Jane, what about it? Do you mean, can I help it? Do you mean, did I plan it? Do you mean...
Well, let's stop asking each other questions. What do you mean?
I can stand anything but your laughter, Marge.
I can't help it. It just strikes me as funny.
Well, it strikes me as the silliest thing I ever heard of. Where do you get these ridiculous notions? A girl that's supposed to have...
suppose you let me talk to the young lady.
All right, talk to her. I can.
Well, can't you talk to Mickey?
Now, look, Betty, why don't you stop being silly?
Oh, of course, you think it's silly.
Just forget about me for the minute.
Yeah, forget about everything and just answer the phone.
Now, be sensible. Neal was trying to do you a favor, that was all. That's why he brought me here last night.
And I suppose that's why he came along with me.
Of course it is. He just wanted you to go out with somebody.
Oh, of course you think that.
Yeah, funny kid.
Yeah, what do I do about this phone? He's holding the receiver.
Oh, let him hold it, I guess.
Well, if he can hear everything that's being said here, I'll bet his ear burns.
Well, here, let me have that phone.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. Just let me have it.
Now, don't say anything that'll make him
I
think.
won't. Give it to me.
Oh, Betty, are you going to answer that phone or not?
Sure she is. I certainly will not.
Hello, Mickey. This is Mr. A.
See? Uncle Ace is talking to him. Why don't you?
Hold the phone a minute, Mickey.
I told you, Aunt Jane, I'm not interested in that youth.
Oh, Betty, be your age. Yes, don't be Neal's age. Well, what the heck?
Just a minute, Mickey. There seems to be a little trouble finding Betty.
Now, look here, Betty.
They're going into a huddle.
Can't you see through this? It was all planned for you. Neal was to bring out this young man for you to meet.
Yeah, that's the way it was.
They're coming out of the huddle now.
Oh, that's the way it was it? It's just too bad it didn't turn out that way.
Oh, somebody's offside.
Now you're being childish again.
Oh, call it anything you want.
Yeah, could call it foolish.
They're calling signals, Mickey.
I don't see how you could have gotten so mixed up, Betty. We didn't mean for you to start thinking about Neal.
Oh, it's just too bad it didn't turn out the way all of you planned.
Yes, it is too bad for you. And it's your own fault.
There's a 20-yard penalty.
I told you about Neal and Marge long ago. I don't see how you got so mixed up when Neal and Marge have been going together since.
Now, don't drag me into this, Dad.
But you are. She can't do that to you, my best friend. If I hadn't told her about you and Neal, that would have been a horse of a different color.
Oh, they changed games on us, Mickey. They're at the post now.
Oh, stop it.
What? Why, Mickey, what do you mean you don't know what I'm talking about? I'm giving you a detailed account, play-by-play, of what's going on here.
Oh, dear, what are you doing?
I'm just keeping Mickey's company.
Well, what are you saying at the post and all that stuff? Let me have that phone.
Just a minute, Mickey. Mrs. Ace coming up the bat.
Hello, Mickey. She's out.
Yes, out at home.
No, I didn't say out at home. That was Miss Ace, Mickey. Hello.
And Mickey's out without having even gotten to first base with Betty. But Betty is certainly head over heels that way about Neal. How Neal talks his way out of that, we learn when next we meet.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Bluster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, running a high school is usually a difficult task. But Osgood Conklin, principal of Madison High, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, somehow manages to make it seem even harder.
Last week, for instance, it was his anti-gambling crusade. Friday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
But I didn't think gambling was such a big problem at Madison, Connie.
It isn't, Mrs. Davis. But Mr. Stone, head of the Board of Education, is cooperating with the DA's office in the county-wide drive against gambling. Naturally, Mr. Conklin hopped on the bandwagon. He's instituted some pretty sweeping reforms in our school.
Like what, Connie?
Like taking the gum machine out of the cafeteria. Plus which he deputized me to stamp out penny matching.
Did you encounter any in your class, Connie?
Well, there were a couple of kids matching pennies in the coat closet during a study period, but it only went on for about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Didn't you stop them, Connie?
Oh, of course I stopped them immediately. May I never get my 55 cents back if I didn't.
Well, you're not the only teacher at Madison. Why didn't you get Mr. Boynton to help you out?
I did. The next 2 times I investigated that coat closet, I took Mr. Boynton with me.
And did you find anyone?
Gee, I forgot to look. Well, if you'll excuse me now, Mrs. Davis, I'd better get ready for school. Walter Denton's picking me up in a few minutes.
All right, dear. Oh, before you go, would you do me a favor, Connie? Take this $5 and pay my phone bill this afternoon. I'd send it in, but frankly, I'm afraid it's just about overdue. Me and that absent mind of mine.
You are quite a pair. Don't worry about it, Mrs. Davis. I'll take it in to the company today. Mr. Conklin was in the same predicament a couple of weeks ago. He asked me to attend to the school phone bill for him.
But I thought the Board of Education took care of school bills.
They do, but this one was an emergency. It seems the auditor in charge of the funds took an unexpected vacation.
An unexpected vacation?
As the head of the board put it, he went south with the money. Anyway, Mr. Conklin gave me the $30, and I paid it the very first thing I think it was the very first thing.
Connie, you did pay that bill, didn't you?
Oh, now I remember. I gave it to Walter Denton to pay. For a minute there, I was worried.
You gave the school phone bill to Walter Denton to pay, and now you're not worried?
No. I can always start looking for another job. Would you mind decreasing the speed of this rocket ship just a little, Walter?
For you, fair one, I'll make the old chariot tiptoe. But why so jittery on this most beautiful of all possible days?
Because, oh fast one, on this most beautiful of all possible days, I've just been stricken with the most horrible of all possible thoughts. Briefly, the school phone bill I gave you 2 weeks ago.
School phone bill. School phone bill.
Oh, no, don't tell me you forgot it.
School phone bill. Oh, now I remember. Oh, wasn't that the bill that was overdue and Mr. Conklin asked you to pay it for him at once?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, and you had something important to do downtown and told me to take care of it immediately?
Exactly. Oh, well, it's a relief to know that's attended to. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Walter.
Of course I wouldn't let you down. I told him to pay it at once when I turned it over to Stretch Snodgrass.
Stretch Snodgrass? Listen, Walter, I know Stretch is a great athlete and a good friend of yours, but he's a bird brain.
You're just worrying in advance, Miss Brooks. I'm sure he took care of it. Look, there's Stretch going into school now. We'll ask him about it. Hey, Stretch, wait up a minute.
Okay. Hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Stretch, I'd like to ask you a question.
Fire away.
Don't think it's not a temptation. Do you recall the phone bill Walter gave you to pay 2 weeks ago?
Remember, Stretch? I told you it was urgent.
Urgent? Oh, yeah. Wasn't that the phone bill Mr. Conklin gave Miss Brooks to pay in a hurry?
That's right. It was overdue, and I gave it to Walter and told him to pay it without delay.
Yeah, and I had something very important to do myself that day, so I gave it to you and I told you to take care of it immediately.
Sure. I remember it all now.
Then you took care of it.
Absolutely. When I handed that bill to my sister, I told her to pay it at once.
To whom it may concern, copy this phone bill and send it along with 10 cents to 5 of your friends, and if no one breaks the chain, who knows, someday you may be the lucky recipient of a very low number at Alcatraz.
Well, I've straightened out your office for you, Daddy.
Thank you, Harry.
I'm certainly glad the telephone company gave you a new number.
So am I. The past few days have been quite an ordeal, I can tell you. I still don't know how those telephone people could give a disc jockey the same number as mine.
It was just a mistake, Daddy. I'm sure it won't happen again.
It better not. Those ridiculous song requests had me frantic. Imagine I get down to my office, haven't even said good morning to a soul, and 10 people call up and say, good night, Irene.
Well, it's all over, and you have a brand new number.
Well, not a minute too soon. Mr. Stone is coming over to discuss our anti-gambling campaign this afternoon.
I still don't understand why the board is so interested in the district attorney's gambling crusade.
It's very simple, my dear. They're merely cooperating with all local agencies to run down the head of a big gambling syndicate purported to be operating in this immediate vicinity. Actually, the police haven't the faintest idea of the man's identity.
They don't know anything about him at all?
Just that he's referred to as the big boy.
The big boy? Well, that's some clue, isn't it?
Yes, at least they won't go around looking for a girl. Now, Harriet, if you'll excuse me, I have minutes. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, this is Dutch. Give me 200 across the board on Harbor Song in the third, huh?
What's that? What number do you want?
Main 5463.
Let's see. Yes, this is Main 5463, but I'm...
Well, then give me 200 across on Harbor Song in the third.
Harbor Song? You must have the wrong number.
Oh, please, you don't have to be so cagey. We got protection now. Hey, this is Ben a Bookie, isn't it?
No, this is Osgood, the principal. I mean, there must be some mistake.
Look, the big boy gave us this number to call for track conditions, latest odds, and laying off bets. And the big boy don't make no mistakes.
The big boy?
Yeah. Now use your head and play ball.
What?
Or we'll use your head and play ball. 200 across on Harbor Song, huh? Goodbye.
What's going on, Daddy?
Harry, this is terrible. I should have quit while I was a disc jockey. By some fiendish mistake, the telephone company has given me the same number as a bookmaker.
Now, calm down, Daddy. All you have to do is call the company and ask them to change it again.
But it took 3 days to change it last time, and Mr. Stone is coming here this afternoon. There's only one way out. Harriet, you've got to rush to the phone company and get a repairman to disconnect this phone immediately.
All right, Daddy, but I wish you'd relax. There's really nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about, she says. What if Harbor Song wins?
Gosh, Miss Brooks, I thought you'd never come out in the hall.
It couldn't be helped, Stretch. My contract here calls for me to teach a little English every day. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. Most of them kids of yours need to be learned plenty. Well, I just want to tell you I checked up on that phone bill for you. You see, I don't want anybody to go around incinerating that I'm undependable.
I don't blame you. That kind of incinerating would burn me up, too. What did you find out about the bill?
Well, luckily, my sister realized how important it was.
Oh, wonderful. Then she took care of it.
I'll say she did. She gave it to my mother to pay. Now your worries are really over. My mother is just as dependable as I am.
That's no way for a child to talk about his parents.
Brooks, we're cooked. That phone bill couldn't have been paid. The telephone man is here to disconnect the phone.
What? Where is he, Walter?
He's right down the hall. He just asked me how to find Mr. Conklin's office, but I stalled him off. I gave him directions to another place entirely.
But that's only a temporary stay. Tell me where you directed him, and I'll go find him.
Where I directed him, you can't go. Miss Brooks is coming back now.
Pardon me, ma'am, but could you tell me how to get to Mr. Conklin's office?
Mr. Conklin's office? Who's Mr. Conklin?
Well, I don't know, but my orders read, disconnect phone in Mr. Osgood Conklin's office.
Oh, that's Mr. Conklin. You must have been carrying those orders around for quite a while, young man.
What do you mean?
He died 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What about his office?
His office? Oh, that's been converted into a student coat closet.
Coat closet? Then why did this kid direct me to...
Everybody makes mistakes. The phone company must have made a mistake in your instructions. You'd better go back and tell them about it.
Okay. Well, that happens once in a while, but I still can't get over this kid sending me on such a wild goose chase.
Me either. Seems like a very strange place to be looking for a wild goose.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helps stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene.
No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research.
So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
What cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, even after the repairman left, I was still jittery for fear he'd come back and reveal the truth about my negligence to Mr. Conklin. It afforded some relief, however, to sit in the cafeteria at lunchtime and pour my baleful story into the handsome ears of Mr. Boynton.
Well, now, let's see if I've got this straight, Miss Brooks. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Conklin gave you the school phone bill, told you it was overdue and must be paid at once. You gave it to Walter Denton. Walter Denton gave it to Stretch Snodgrass. Stretch Snodgrass gave it to his sister.
And the green grass grew all around. It's no use talking, Mr. Boynton. I'm probably in big trouble. Supposing that repairman comes back again to disconnect the phone.
Well, isn't there some way to pay the bill before that happens?
How? The $30 Mr. Conklin gave me, I gave to Walter with the bill, and he gave it to... Well, we've been all through that. Temporarily, we've got to assume it's gone. And the point is, where am I going to get another $30?
Well, perhaps some other member of the faculty might help. That's what friends are for, to help one another. Now, I consider myself a friend of yours, Miss Brooks, and, well, I want you to know I'm prepared to assist you in this matter.
You mean I can count on you for...
$2. I'll canvass the rest of the faculty for the remainder. I know they'll come through for you.
You think so, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, take my word for it. They'll help you to a man.
Right now, I'd rather they just help me to some money.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Miss Brooks, I'll go see a few of them.
Pardon me, Mr. Boynton. And Miss Brooks, he's back. The telephone man is back.
No, where is he, Walter?
Well, Stretch and I caught him as he was entering the building, right outside Mr. Conklin's office.
You didn't let him get into Mr. Conklin's office. Tell me that you thought of a way to stall him again.
Well, I didn't, but Stretch thought of a wonderful way.
How?
He's sitting on his chest.
Here, Daddy. I brought you a sandwich. I figured you'd be too upset to eat in the cafeteria today.
Oh, you're right, Harriet. Why doesn't that confounded telephone man get here? If Mr. Stone arrives before this phone is disconnected,
But I don't understand, Daddy. The phone company said they sent a man over much earlier today.
I know all about that. But when I called them to send him back, they claimed I died 10 years ago.
But that's ridiculous.
Thank you, my dear. However, if that fellow doesn't come back, I don't
I've
want
got an idea. Why don't you just pull the wire out yourself?
What? Me commit a malicious mischief against the telephone company's property? You forget, Harriet, your father is the principal of a great high school. And a high school principal does not resort to such measures no matter what the emergency.
But it might be the only way out.
Stop goading me, Harriet. I'm just not physically equipped to try pulling that telephone wire out of the wall. Again.
Oh, there you are, Stretch. Walter told me what happened.
It was the only way, Miss Brooks. I had to do it.
I suppose so, but you were taking an awful chance right outside the principal's office, too.
Oh, it couldn't be helped.
I guess not. Now get off the man's chest, Stretch.
Yes, ma'am.
This is extremely decent of you.
Well, you see, sir, Stretch here probably thought you were a prowler on account of that black bag you're carrying. That's about it, isn't it, Stretch?
About?
Well, I don't know why all this is going on, but right after you told me Mr. Conklin was dead, the telephone company told me he was alive.
Well, everyone's entitled to his opinion. Oh, you must have wanted Mr. Conklin Jr. It's Mr. Conklin Sr. who passed on.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that's cleared up. Now, where's Junior's office? I've got to take care of his phone.
Phone? You mean you've come to reconnect it?
No, I've come to disconnect it.
Oh, what a shame. The company sent somebody over to do that an hour ago. Well, you've certainly bagged your quota of wild geese today, haven't you?
Well, I don't mind telling you it's been a discouraging experience. Well, I'll go back and check in again. This is what I get for not listening to my mother. She said that she wanted me to take up the timpanis. Goodbye for now.
You know, I'm going to miss him.
Miss Brooks, who was that man who just left the building?
Man, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, the man with the brown bag.
There was no man, Mr. Conklin. And it was a black bag.
Thank you, Snodgrass. Step into my office, please, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Now, about that man, the one with the black and brown bag. Was he by any chance the telephone repairman I've been expecting?
Oh, were you expecting a telephone repairman?
Yes, Miss Brooks. I've gotten someone else's telephone number by mistake. A mistake which could take 3 days to rectify, whereas it only takes 10 minutes to disconnect the phone from the wall.
Oh, is that what he was here for?
Precisely. And now, may I ask why you so obviously dismissed him?
Well, in a few ill-chosen words, Mr. Conklin, I didn't pay the phone bill when you gave me the money 2 weeks ago, and I thought the repairman was here to disconnect your phone because of my negligence, and I'd like to remain on the premises just long enough to say goodbye to some of my friends. I thank you.
I never heard such gibberish in all my born days. I've got more serious worries than a delinquent phone bill on my mind, Miss Brooks.
You mean it's all right, Mr. Conklin?
No, it's not all right, but I'll take that up later. Whatever you do, don't mention your omission to Mr. Stone when he gets here.
Mr. Stone?
You've got to help me, Miss Brooks. Mr. Stone will be here at any moment to discuss my gambling campaign. However, some very strange phone calls are liable to interrupt my conference. That's why I want you to sit in on this meeting.
Me? But, Mr. Conklin,
I'll say that you're taking notes on our discussion. Your main function, however, is to answer the phone. Oh, that's him.
But I don't understand, Mr. Conklin. What kind of phone
There's
call?
no time for explanations now. Be right there, Mr. Stone. Just act perfectly casual, no matter what you hear when you pick up that receiver. And remember, don't repeat a word of it. Well, Mr. Stone, come in.
Thank you, Osgood.
Miss Brooks here is going to take some notes on our anti-gambling discussion. That is, if you have no objection.
Not at all. Nice to see you again, Miss Brooks. You seem to be in the pink.
Want to bet? It's nice to see you again, too, Mr. Stone.
Sit down, Mr. Stone. Here's a comfortable chair. Miss Brooks, you sit down by that desk with the phone on it.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's the news from the district attorney's office, Mr. Stone?
They haven't made too much progress, Osgood. It's rather a difficult task in view of the fact they don't know just who the big boy is. And two, we can't seem to find out where his syndicate headquarters are located.
But they do think it's in this area.
Definitely.
Oh, good. Then it's just a question of time before the bell rings for his final round. You get that, please, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. Hello?
This is Dutch again. Who's this?
This is Miss Brooks.
Well, what'll they think of next? Now they got a doll answering the phone.
Well, thank you.
Tell me, Sugar, what do you think the track conditions are at Narragansett, huh?
Frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
Who's that you're talking to, Miss Brooks?
It's Dutch, Mr. Conklin.
Please make it brief, Miss Brooks. Tell him we're busy.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Dutch, but we're quite occupied at the moment.
Occupied? Oh, look now, don't give me no rush, Jack. Frenchie told me I should call whenever I feel like it.
Oh. Mr. Conklin, Dutch says that Frenchie told him to call.
Dutch, Frenchie, who are they?
A couple of delegates we know from the United Nations.
Just hang up, Miss Brooks. Hang up at once.
Yes, Mr. Conklin. Bye, Dutch.
Now, as I started to tell you, Mr. Stone, we've done wonders here at Madison. Firstly, by eliminating all vending machines, I've destroyed the impulse to deposit coins in slots of any kind.
He's even discouraged use of the public telephone. Naughty word.
The instinct to gamble must be crushed at the earliest opportunity. One of the reasons it's so difficult to track down this big boy mob is because of the unwitting protection afforded them by the uninformed. They operate in candy stores, skating rinks, even schools.
Even schools?
Nice timing, Dutch. Hello?
Look, I'm tired of playing games. How's the weather at Narragansett?
Well, what do I know about the weather at Narragansett?
Just a moment. Narragansett's a big racetrack. Hand me that phone.
Oh, no!
Hello, Dutch. The conditions at Narragansett are weather clear, track fast. Now, would you like to make a bet?
Hatchet Man should be a cinch on a fast track, and we got a load bet on him with us. I better lay off about 600 across the board, huh?
600 on Hatchet Man. It's a bet.
Good. That's one thing about the big boy. He makes you pay through the nose, but he gives you the service, huh? Well, so long.
So long. Well, Osgood, that was a very revealing phone call.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Stone. You know where I stand on gambling. Why, we've eliminated penny matching, bottle cap tossing.
And any minute we're going to chop up the weighing machine. Come in, whoever you are.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Conklin, but could I speak with Miss Brooks for just a moment?
I suppose so, Boynton, but please be quick about it.
Oh, yes, sir. Here, Miss Brooks, here's $20 toward the money you owe for the phone bill.
Well, thanks, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank your fellow teachers. I didn't have time to reach them all, but everyone I asked to chipped in and said he knew it was a safe bet.
Did you hear that, Mr. Conklin? The other teachers are all chipping in. Mr. Boynton could only get $20 now, but they all know it's a safe bet.
Safe bet, eh? Miss Brooks, tell me, is this money for the Hatchet Man, too?
Naturally, but I don't think that's a very flattering way to refer to Mr. Conklin.
Perhaps he'd like it better if I refer to him by his real name. Eh, big boy?
Big boy? Mr. Stone, there's been a frightful misunderstanding. Miss Brooks, tell Mr. Stone what this money is for.
But, Mr. Conklin, you told me not to mention it.
Mention it! Mention it!
Well, Mr. Stone, this money is for a phone bill that I neglected to pay.
I would say your telephone service is functioning admirably.
Let me explain, Mr. Stone. Just today I received a new phone number in answer to a request I made 3 days ago.
Why did you want your number changed 3 days ago?
Because he hasn't got a recording of Good Night, Irene.
Good night, Irene.
Good night. Come on, Mr. Barney.
What's going on here?
That's what I'd like to know. Why don't you come clean, big boy?
Will you please stop calling me by that name, Mr. Stone? The phone company happened to give me the former number of a bookmaker, and it was too late to have it changed before you got here.
Balderdash! You sent for a telephone repairman and had the phone disconnected.
Yes, why didn't you send for a telephone repairman? I mean, he did send for a repairman, Mr. Stone, but I thought he was coming to disconnect the phone because I hadn't paid the bill, and I sent him away.
Unpaid phone bills mixed up. You know what I think? I think you're all in this together.
Mr. Stone, I can't say that I like your attitude.
Force yourself.
Miss Brooks, can you give me one shred of evidence to support this fantastic phone bill story?
Well, sir,
Excuse me, everybody, but the door was open, so I thought I'd just botch on in. I've got the news you've been waiting for all day.
Really, Stretch? What part of the school is on fire?
No, it's about the phone bill. I just found out my mother paid it.
She paid it?
Sure, here's the receipt.
Well, I guess this answers your request for evidence, Mr. Stone. Here, take a look at this.
Just what does this receipt mean, Miss Brooks?
Read it, you'll see.
I already have. Now suppose you read it.
Certainly. Received from Madison High School, $30. Signed, the Consolidated Gas Company.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Duma's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, we finally convinced Mr. Stone that we weren't running a gambling syndicate at Madison High School. And when I got home, I sat down at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and the afternoon papers.
You look pretty worn out, Connie. Why don't you stretch out and take a nap?
I will, Mrs. Davis, but first I've got to call Mr. Conklin right away. I just saw something in the paper I've got to tell him about.
What is it, Connie?
His $2 parlay on Harbor Song and Hatchet Man paid $32.
Burns Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show, brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch.
You want a beauty soap for a beauty bath.
And your bath becomes a beauty bath when you change to proper cleansing with Palmolive soap.
For bathing with this beauty soap brings you the full, beautifying effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather.
proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14 days.
Bath-size Palmolive is designed to give you everything you need for all-over beauty care. Fragrance for daintiness, mildness for loveliness, purity for gentleness, big bath size for thriftiness.
So get big bath-size Palmolive. So mild, so pure, so right for all of you.
Be sure to listen to Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor.
Richard Thorpe.
It's Moisturize, the new, all-new Raleigh 903 cigarette. Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, different Moisturize Raleigh 903. You blend, you taste, you freshness. It's the new, all-new Moisturize Raleigh 903. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian, the star of our Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look, when they read that stuff, don't laugh there, see? This is our meat and potatoes, but that other stuff is the bread and butter. How are you, Ron?
Oh, fine. Hello, Red.
Yeah. What do we talk about tonight?
Well, yesterday was Pan American Day.
No, one guy panned America enough yesterday. Hey, you know, I got an idea. I was just listening to Hope. I'm going to start a contest like he's got.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'm going to change it a little. You send in a jingle that says, my favorite Chevrolet, and for the prize, we'll send you a 1947 brunette.
Say, Red, have you gotten over the effects of that fireman's benefit we played in Riverside last week?
Did I? Let's see. Yeah, yes, I did. Hey, by the way, why did you keep telling everybody that you used to be a fireman?
Well, I was at one time.
Well, you didn't have to prove it by sliding down the brass rail at the bar, you know.
Well, I didn't slide down the brass rail. Where'd you ever get that idea?
I bumped into you 3 times. Hey, that was pretty strong orange juice they were serving, wasn't it, in those silver jugs there?
They were fire extinguishers.
No wonder they had to get the hook and ladder to take me off. Hey, you know, I used to be a member of the fire department.
Well, here we go again. What do we bother to rehearse for?
No, I used to be a member of the fire department.
Okay, so you're a member of the fire department.
Yeah, I was there. No kidding. I used to be the language authority.
The language authority for a fire company?
Yeah. You get up, you see the alarm would come in about 3 o'clock in the morning. We'd slide down the pole. It'd be icy cold, 30 below zero. So we'd jump in the cars and we'd drive across the icy streets to the other side of the town. Where's he going? That Forrester standing there with a band, he don't know when to come in either. Anyhow, Yeah, we drive up to where the fire was, and we get there and we find out it's a false alarm, see? And that's where I came in as the language authority. I'd say, now, what's your language, boys?
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new, modern Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before because it's moisturized by the revolutionary new 903 process. The greatest advance in cigarette making in 25 years. It's the new, all-new Rolly 903.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. No other leading cigarette gives less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smokers, follow the lead of Ella Raines, co-starring in Time Out of Mind, a Universal International picture. Smoke the new, moisturized Rolly 903. It's so much smoother, richer, better tasting. New blend, new freshness, new taste. You'll see the number 903 on the government stamp. This Rolly 903 is new. All new. It's moisturized.
Anita Ellis sings, That's Where I Came In.
That's where I came in. I was lonely. That's how dreams begin. It was more than a moment of bliss. It's the first time I ever knew two hearts could kiss. When your eyes gave me the welcome sign, something told me someday you'd be mine. The door of love was open as I was passing by, and that's where I came in. When your eyes gave me the welcome sign, something told me someday you'll be mine. The door of love was open as I was passing by. And that's where I came
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire. Since the phone strike, that's the only way he can get a message home to his wife. Page 1, The New West.
Look, boy, you keep on. You're going to wind up on the sticky side of a postage stamp. There, boy.
Say, that sure is the high-spirited horse you've got there.
Sure is, stranger. He's from California. He's the son of Smokey.
What's his name?
Smoggy.
Sure is There's a nice horse.
Yeah, he's smart, too. Hey, Smokey, come here. Show the man how smart you are. What is 2 and 2? Come on, boy, one more. You don't feel very good today. You're a stranger in town, ain't you?
Yes, I'm here for my health.
Well, you sure came to the right place. When I first came here, couldn't walk. You used to have to pick me up out of my bed and dress me.
How long you been here?
Ever since the day I was born.
I'll bet you have to possess a lot of endurance to live here the year round.
You said it. Every once in a while we find ourselves going a little loco. Only last night I tied a rope around my waist and tried to jump out of a tree to commit suicide.
Look, to hang yourself, you have to put the rope around your neck.
I tried that, but I choked myself so bad I could hardly breathe. I didn't catch the initials on your branding iron.
Oh, my name's McGregor. I'm here to write a story about the West for my paper.
Well, now, aren't you in luck, stranger? I'm Deadeye, the most feared man of the West. What's what happens when these two critters recognize me that's riding this way? Hey, stop them horses! I'm Deadeye, the toughest two-fisted cowboy in these parts. Yes, sir, I'm Deadeye, one of the toughest one-fisted cowboys in this part. You're going to like the peace and quiet of the desert, though, there, Tenderfoot.
Tell me, what is your definition of a tenderfoot?
Tenderfoot? That's a man that rides a horse and then finds out his feet ain't so tender after all. Yeah, but you know, with all the... If anybody got it, explain it to me. I don't... You know, the West ain't the same anymore.
I guess the old Indian traditions have changed, too.
Yeah, no more powwows. Costs too much to hire the makeup man to slap on that war paint.
Can't they put it on themselves?
What, and have the basket weavers and bead stringers union stage a walkout? Hey, let's go over the Fandango Saloon across the street. I'll treat you to a coyote frappe.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I want you to meet my gal from Montana, Clammy Jane, better known as Butte from Butte. She wanted me once for her husband. He wanted me for target practice, too. Okay, piano player. Hey, tone deaf. That'll be enough. Hey, bartender, what's wrong with that piano player?
Deadeye! How come you in here?
Well, why shouldn't I be here?
Look here in the obituary column.
What is it?
Why, there's your name.
Yeah? Who does it say I'm married?
Married? Why, it says you is dead.
Well, I'm mighty obliged to you for telling me. Been rather embarrassing to walk around dead and not know about it.
It says you were killed in a gun duel with Three-Fingered Jack.
Yeah, and if Jack comes in here and finds out you're still alive, why, he'll fill you so full of slugs you'll feel like a pay phone.
Yeah? Oh, here comes my gal. Howdy, Clammy. Ah, you look sweet enough to kiss, gal.
And you look stupid enough to try it.
Yeah.
Deadeye, you've got to clear out of here. Three-Finger just heard you was in town. He thinks I'm still in love with you.
Well, ain't you still in love with me, gal?
I ain't saying.
Well, ain't I the handsomest man in the West? Well, I'm the richest man in the West. Well, I'm the best he-man in the West. Well, looks like I'll be heading south.
Deadeye, do you still think I'm the prettiest gal you ever seen?
That I do, gal, that I do.
You know what that means?
Means I've been on the desert too long, gal.
Look, now, you better clear out of here before Three-Finger gets here.
He don't bother me none. Let's just have a game of cards while we're waiting for Three Fingers.
Okay, put your money down. I'll deal a poker hand. Best hand takes all.
Okay.
We'll play the cards that I deal.
Okay. $500. How about you, stranger?
All right.
Nice gal I got there, ain't she?
Yes, have you known each other long?
Ever since the gold rush. I was walking along and she winked and dropped her pickaxe.
Okay, boys, look at your cards.
Yeah?
What do you got?
4 aces.
I've got 4 aces.
And I got 4 aces.
Well, it looks like I win. I got 5 aces.
Deadeye, there's Three-Finger Jack.
Howdy there, buzzard bait.
What are you doing here, Deadeye? I told you once before this town ain't big enough for both of us.
Why?
Because we don't like any yellow blowhards smelling up the air we breathe.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No, we don't.
You don't, huh?
No, we
way down. Well, looks like I go home and pack then.
You won't have to. No? You're just no count, Deadeye.
No count, huh?
You've been nothing but trouble. Why, when you were 10, you robbed the stagecoach.
Yeah, but I threw the money away.
Why?
Stage money ain't no good.
I'm going to plug you, Deadeye.
Now, before you do, let me tell this newspaper man here why you're going to plug me. You see, he owns a lot of land up here. He's trying to sell a lot of poor suckers who've been led to believe that they're going to build a big dam project in these parts. Now, if the project goes through, he says, the land's going to be worth a lot of money, and everybody that owns it will get rich by selling it to the government.
So?
Well, he's just kind of mad because I asked a little question. If the land is worth so much, why does he want to sell it?
Yeah. Come to think about it, yeah.
Well, there's a brilliant line.
You know, I never thought about that.
Now, come on. The traditions of the West is dead, but even an old count critter like me likes to fight fair and square.
Yeah, Three Finger, put that shooter away.
Yeah. Why don't we count 3 and then draw, huh?
Okay, I'm game.
Now, you ought to know better than that, huh? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Deadeye, you didn't even count. Yeah. Come to think of it, yeah. That's why they call me No Count Deadeye.
Listen. That jet of fresh, pure moisture stands for the new, all-new Rolly 903 cigarette. It's moisturized to stay fresh longer. It's moisturized to taste better. It's moisturized to smoke milder. Smoke this new, modern, moisturized Rolly 903. See for yourself that it's far better than any cigarette ever made before. It's new, all new. New blend, new freshness, new taste.
And remember this about the new moisturized Rolly 903. Medical science offers proof positive. Tests certified by a jury of 14 doctors based on a method used by the United States government prove that no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars.
Smoke the new, all-new Rolly 903. It's moisturized.
David Forrester and his Rolly Cigarette Orchestra play Chartus. Page 2 is entitled Boyfriends and Piggy Banks.
Yes, kiddo. Where have you been?
Well, you know, the little boy on juvenile jury, Dickie Olin, he's sick, and I went down to see him.
Well, where's your hat?
The wind blew it away.
That's impossible. It had an elastic chin strap on it.
Elastic?
Yes.
I thought that was licorice, and I ate it. I thought it was a little stale.
Get yourself upstairs.
Okay, kiddo.
And don't slam the door.
What do you say about the door, Nemore?
Oh, never mind.
No.
Now, Junior, I want you to behave.
Right.
Who do you think is coming?
The stork?
He wouldn't have the nerve to show his face around here again after the dirty trick he played on your mother the last time. No, your Aunt Edna's boyfriend's coming over.
Aunt Edna's boyfriend is coming? Oh, boy, me piggy bank can smile again.
There will be no panhandling.
Trusting old soul, ain't she? Can I walk through the room and jiggle me piggy bank?
No. This young man, we hope, is going to propose to Aunt Edna.
Propose?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, it means that he's going to ask her to marry him.
Well, that goes to show you. If a girl waits long enough, she'll find some guy who ain't got all these marbles.
Now, off with you. Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Why? He's not going to propose to me.
Junior, go take a nice warm shower. Run along.
Okay, I will take me shower. Singing in the bathtub, singing in the flame, singing in the bathtub.
What are you doing, Junior? Oh, why didn't you take your clothes off?
Because I had a feeling that somebody was going to be peeking in on me.
Oh, yes. I haven't time to argue. Here, get in your company suit.
Oh, no, you don't. I refuse to wear that straitjacket. Not wearing no company suit tonight.
What's all the noise, Mother?
Oh, Junior's acting up again.
You
He
got
knows
your
your boyfriend is coming.
They got your boyfriend. They got your boyfriend.
Now, Junior,
Yeah, you
stop.
better hurry and get dressed. It's getting kind of late, boy. You better start applying the camouflage on you. Letting him see you like this is like shooting a ball after the machine's been tilted, you know.
What time?
It's time you got dressed.
Yeah?
Oh, I better go fix my hair.
You find it on the chair by the window. I put it there when I got through dusting with it.
Here, I'll put this out just in case.
Oh, no. Don't make me wear the cowbell. I won't eavesdrop tonight. Please don't make me wear the cowbell.
Okay, I trust you.
Isn't it wonderful what you can do with a little tear in your voice? Somebody got their finger on the doorbell. It worked. Me little trap works. I better shut off the electricity so he can let go, huh?
Is that bell stuck?
No, but I know there's somebody that is, boy. Okay. Now you can let go. Get up off your knees. Welcome to the booby trap for bachelors.
Is Edna here?
Yeah, she's upstairs baiting the hook for you. Hey, Nemo, the beloved sucker is here.
Yoo-hoo, I'll be right down.
Yoo-hoo? What a funny name that is. Come in, Mr. Yoo-hoo. Come in, will you? Come in. Let me take care of your hat and wallet, will you? What's that you got under your arm there?
Oh, that's a box of candy.
Oh, let me carry it. It looks kind of heavy.
Oh, hello, young man.
Oh, how do you do? Don't tell me you're Edna's mother.
Yes, and this is my little grandson.
Yeah.
Well, I never would have known it. You're so young.
Yeah, Nemo, look, you almost sound like me, you know? You know, Nemo does look young, doesn't she, mister? Huh?
She certainly does.
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin used to tell her the same thing, you know?
Junior, Benjamin Franklin has been dead for 110 years.
Ben is dead? I'm sorry to hear this. How long ago did it happen?
110 years.
I thought it was funny he stopped writing all of a sudden.
Junior, that's enough. Won't you sit down? Edna will be right down.
Yeah, she'll be right down. She's up, getting your... Ben is dead?
Junior.
Yeah, now, don't you hit me. You bigger than I is.
Now, run along, Junior.
Okay, you let me stay here or I'm going to tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody that you sneak around the neighborhood early every morning and steal the milk off all the bottles, the cream off you guys.
Why, I do no such thing.
Oh, no. What's that noise out on my front porch there?
Meow. Will you excuse me? I'll go and see what's keeping Edna.
Yeah.
Just make yourself at home.
Yeah, sit right down. Make yourself at home.
Gee, this is a nice place you've got here. Everything is so neat and clean.
Yeah, I overslept this morning.
Where's your grandfather? Where's your grandfather?
He's down in the cellar. He feels bad because Ben's dead. He and Mr. Buchetti and Mr. Thorpe and Mr. Fowler are down there exercising.
Exercising?
Yeah, I think so. Every time I listen at the door, I hear one of them say, well, let's lift another one, huh? Hey, you know, I like you better than most of the guys come around here to see me, Aunt Edna.
You mean fellas call on her?
Not many, but they keep coming back.
They do?
Can't believe it the first time. Hey, one fellow used to give me a dime. He was a nice kid, you know. And but there was another fellow who used to look at me with empty pockets. He was a nice guy. Always gives me a quarter, he did, you know. Oh, here comes Grandma. Keep in mind what we were just talking about.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Herbert.
Well, go on, give her a kiss. Give her a kiss. Make with a goober. Make with a goober.
Come on, Junior, outside.
No, I want to stay here and watch her hook him into marrying her.
Junior!
I'm going to sneak back into the sunroom, because that's where they're going to be, and I know it. But, boy, look at that space under the sofa there. Oh, what a spot for a listening post. I wonder if it's big enough to crawl under. Look big enough. If I do this, I'm going to get a whipping. Then again, I don't know why I'm wasting my time thinking about it. I'm going to do this anyway. Oh, boy, here I go. Oh, boy, Grandma's going to have to find a new place to sweep dirt. This place is packed under here. Oh, boy, I feel like an undercover man here. Oh, didn't stay undercover long, though. Oh, I whipped the heat out of me widow pants. Look. Oh, boy, I'm getting too big for this sort of thing. Oh, somebody's coming. Oh, they're sitting down. I'm going to listen to what they're doing.
Well, here we are, Edna. All alone.
Well, you can call me dearest.
Well, you can call me sweetheart.
You can call me when this is over. I wonder why they keep us so... all the lights dim down in here. Maybe they don't want to see how silly they look looking at each other.
Edna, it sounds like Junior's right here in the room with us. Are you sure he can't get out of his little bed?
Well, of course I'm sure. The time lock on it doesn't go off until 7 tomorrow morning.
You know, someday I hope to have a little boy like him.
That guy's nuttier than I thought. Oh, look, his shoelaces are untied. I'll tie them for him. Together. There, now. Oh, boy.
Do you think it's chilly in here?
Kinda, Edna, dear. Shall I? I'll close the window. Oh!
What happened?
Oh, somebody tied my shoelaces together.
And I know who it was, too. Junior?
Grandma, please, let go me here. Just don't whip me, Grandma. Please don't whip me.
Well, what have you got to say?
Please. How do I get in touch with Ben to ask him to move over?
We hope you liked our program well enough to with us again next Tuesday night. So until next Tuesday, then.
This is Fred Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening, and thanks for buying Raleigh.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, presents from the 6th Ferrying Group Air Transport Command at Long Beach, California, the Abbott and Costello program. Tonight's guest, Miss Merle Oberon, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with you, Costello?
Hey, Abbott, I want to ask you a very personal question.
What is it?
Do you think I'm fat?
Well, I'd say you were on the plump side. Why do you ask?
Well, I was over by one of those big hangars. I was standing next to a blimp. All of a sudden, an officer points to me and says, "Look, they're making them with faces now."
Oh, he was just kidding. You know, there's nobody that has a better sense of humor than a flying man.
I know that too, Abbott, because I'm a flying man myself.
What do you mean?
I started flying when I was a 6-month-old baby.
You flew when you were a baby?
Yep. I flew out of my nurse's arms and made a perfect 1-point landing.
No. You mean 3-point?
No, 1 point. My safety pin was open.
Costello, I don't believe you've ever been up in the air.
Oh, yes, I have. I used to be a hostess.
Well, you walked into that one, my friend. For your information, plane hostesses are always female.
This was a male plane.
Tell me, Costello, when was the last time you were up in the plane?
Do you want the truth or my version?
Oh, no. I want the truth.
I think we'd get more laughs the other way.
No. Tell the truth.
Okay, I'll tell the truth.
All right.
I took my first plane ride today. Captain Dick Lasser took me up in a great big plane.
Tri-motor?
Try what?
I said tri-motor.
Certainly we tried the motor. What do you think we did? Push it?
No, skip it.
I'm not going to get it up in the air and then try it.
All right, forget about it.
Forget about the motor?
No. The other thing. By the way, what kind of a pilot is he? Was he flying blind?
No, he was perfectly sober.
What a dope. Of course he was sober. Well, never mind that. You know, Lou, I wonder what these boys down here at Long Beach do when they go on leave.
Well, I saw a bunch of the boys down at the beach with their girlfriends.
Did they go down there to spoon?
Well, they didn't go down there to wash their socks.
Well, here's Ken Niles. I've been waiting to see you, Ken. I was wondering what your wife thought of the picture we made last week.
That's right, Niles. What does she think of my acting?
Well, I don't mind telling you that she absolutely raved.
She raved, eh?
Yes. They took her away the next morning.
What's so funny about that? Did you make that up yourself?
Yeah, out of my head.
You certainly are.
No.
I hate that guy.
Well, I know you do, but quit arguing, Costello. I want to hear more about the picture. Did you read any reviews, Ken?
Yeah, sure. The Druggist Weekly gave the picture 4 aspirins.
See what happens, don't you?
He's got the band framed up.
Certainly he's got the band framed. That wasn't a funny line. There was nothing funny about that, brother.
How can you imagine that?
Listen, Ken, I read all the reviews. And even Mrs. Roosevelt mentioned our picture in her column.
What did she say?
She said, "My day was ruined." That's the one line I don't know why they got it in.
Yeah, wait a minute, look. Lou, didn't we get any compliments at all?
Oh, sure. We got one cheer that I remember.
Where from?
The Bronx.
The Bronx?
You know, in Hitler's face without music.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe we should give up the idea of producing our own pictures, though.
Don't you be silly.
No.
Perfume Pictures Incorporated is here to stay. And I'm ready to start another picture right now. Push the button for my secretary.
Okay. Hey. What's the idea of a horn for a buzzer?
She used to be a waitress in a drive-in.
Oh.
Oh, boss, I'm sorry I was late this morning.
Are you doing anything tonight?
Why, no, not a thing.
Then try and get here on time tomorrow morning.
The fine secretary. How did you get a job here?
I used to be in pictures. I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
One of the meatballs.
Everybody gets laughs but me.
All right. Have patience.
By the way, do I have any appointments today?
Yes, sir. At 12 o'clock you have an appointment with Hetty Lamar.
What am I doing after that?
Me, he asked.
Mr. Costello, could I speak to you for a moment? Why, it's Botsford Twink, our soundman. What's on your mind, Bots? Well, I want you to know that I was terribly hurt because I wasn't in your picture last week with Carmen Miranda. After all, if you're looking for new faces, look at me. My face is new, isn't it? Oh, very new. In fact, your whole head has only been slightly used. Please give me a chance, Mr. Costello. I really do have a lot of talent. You know, I do most of the voices in all the Leon Schlesinger cartoons for Warner Brothers.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, for instance, here's a little Porky Pig.
This is the way I talk when I play Porky. That's all, folks.
I'll play Porky for you for $1,000.
What are you talking about? Warner Brothers don't pay you that?
I know, but pork has gone up.
What else do you do, Botsford?
Oh, did you ever hear Bugs Bunny? I have a carrot here, so I'll give you a little sample.
What's up, Doc? What do you say, Tubby? What's cooking, huh?
Of course, if you use Bugs Bunny, you'll have to use my wife, Mrs. Bunny.
But we can't use two rabbits in our picture.
Well, we couldn't separate them. That would be splitting hairs. Well, if you can't use the rabbit, maybe I could furnish some of the musical background. I can imitate an electric organ. Listen.
It's clever, ain't he? Do you call it an organ? Now listen, Botsford. I can't use any of that stuff in my picture. Now, will you get out of here?
Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Now look what you did. Every time you yell at me, I get the hiccups.
When you yell at me, he gets that.
Why do you yell?
How did I know? Did I know that when I talk loud, he gets the hiccups?
Costello.
Did I know that?
Well, don't yell at him.
Do something for the poor fella.
Please, Botsford.
I said, talk nice to him.
Botsford, I'm talking low and easy. Now, take it easy. No more hiccups.
That brings him out of it. Does it?
I didn't know that. All right, take it easy. How do you feel? Better now.
Oh, you do?
I feel fine.
Oh, am I glad of that, Abbott. Now, let's get back to this picture.
But, Mr. Costello, are you sure you can't use the organ?
Botsford, how many times do I have to tell you that I don't...
Please.
I got him against him. I don't know what I'm doing. Get him out of
Hey, Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, Niles.
I want to ask you something. Do you know anything about winter sports?
Are you kidding? I'm one of the best ski jumpers in the country.
Really?
Sure. Last winter at Lake Placid, I made my biggest jump.
Yeah?
I climbed up to the top of the slide. Thousands of people were looking up at me.
Yeah?
And when I leaped into the air, I went down at 60 miles an hour, and I made a sensational jump of 200 feet.
200 feet?
Yep. And I could have even gone further if there was snow. Oh, much better tonight. Thank you.
Lou, I know another good skier, and his name is Dick Durrance, and he's one of the finest skiers in the world. In fact, he's so good that the government asked him to give instructions to ski troopers in lightning-fast mountain warfare. Dick knows his smoking, too. He said, quote,
I've smoked Camels for years. They have the full, rich flavor that I want in a cigarette. No matter how often I smoke, Camels never tire my taste, never get my throat.
Unquote. Yes, and with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, too, according to actual sales records in the stores where they buy cigarettes. Try Camels yourself for steady pleasure. You'll like the way they hold up, wear well, pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. The reason is extra flavor, and you know Camels always have more flavor. Better yet, Camels combine flavor with extra mildness, the extra mildness that goes with slow burning and cool smoking. One reason for that is costlier tobaccos, blended as only Camels know how to blend. Now remember, you're the one who's doing your smoking. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. Meet Stevens, the orchestra, and the Camel 5 with a new treatment for an old tune by the light of the silvery moon.
By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon. To my honey I'll croon love tune. Honeymoon, keep it shining in tune. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon.
Costello, we can't hold up production on your new picture any longer. Now, we've got to get a leading lady. How about giving that secretary of yours a chance? She has blue eyes and blonde hair.
And a Supreme Court figure.
What do you mean, a Supreme Court figure?
A Supreme Court figure?
What do you
No
mean?
appeal. Oh! Besides, I phoned Merle Oberon about playing the leading part.
You did?
Yes. I picked up the receiver and I said, Merle, darling. Merle, sweetheart. Merle, my love.
And then?
Then I dialed her number.
Merle Oberon. Merle Oberon will be slow in our picture. You know, and I sent for a new fashion designer.
What is this that just popped in here?
What happened? Well, now, wait a minute. I sent for a new fashion designer. Is that it?
Now he's in. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm your new fashion designer. Pierre, you Pierre. To my friends, I'm P.U.
You said it, brother. Hey, get a load of that guy's hair. He's a male Veronica Lake.
Pierre, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Costello?
Thank you, sir.
You are just the man I'm looking at. I've not seen you in a long distance.
Get the way his hair hangs over his face. Pardon me, Pierre. Was your mother ever scared by a sheepdog?
Oh, come on. Leave the man alone. We've got to get him to design Miss Oberon's clothes. Now, no more remarks about his hair.
Looks like a palm tree in a high wind, doesn't it?
Well, Mr. Costello, I admit that my hair is a standing joke.
Well, it needs a new switch.
I don't know what's wrong there. Keep quiet. We must have Miss Oberon's wardrobe designed before she gets here. Pierre, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, not at all. The main thing is color harmony.
Color harmony? What's that?
Well, it's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink bag, you would not wear a green dress, would you?
Oh, gracious, no! I wouldn't dare! Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
All right, come on, never mind.
What kind of line is that to get me a big man?
Forget it. Skip those things. Come here, Pierre. Now, with a shortage of materials, how about something plain for Miss Oberon to wear? We'll call it a defense dress. How about that?
How about making it out of barbed wire?
That isn't defense.
It ain't exactly an invitation.
Go ahead, Pierre. Suggest a dress for Merle Oberon. Something that she can wear in our picture.
Well, being a brunette, I would suggest that I make Miss Oberon a gown of apple green with a peach skirt, lemon trimmings, plum ruffles, an orange belt, and a tangerine scarf.
That ain't a dress. That's a fruit salad.
Nevertheless, that sounds fine. Now, what about Merle's hat?
Well, the hat should be very simple but very smart. Do you think the boys in camp here would like Miss Oberon in a hat that has 3 roses and a ribbon on the side? Huh?
No, they'd rather have 4 roses with a chaser on the side. Now, get out of here and I'll design the clothes myself.
Oh, Costello, you can't design clothes.
Is that so? I just invented a lady's leg paint that takes the place of stockings. It even covers the knees.
It disguises the knees?
You said it. You can hardly recognize the old joints.
Well, we let Merle Oberon design her own clothes for the picture. What do you say?
Yes, and I'm just the girl who can do it.
Now listen, kid, you keep out of this. Look who it is. It's Merle Oberon.
Merle, I'm overjoyed.
I'm overcome.
I'm overwhelmed.
I'm over here. Merle, I've always been in love with you. You're so beautiful. Can I give you a kiss?
Well, all right, but just one. Lou, where did you learn to kiss like that?
I used to be a bugler and a Boy Scout.
Now, look, if you folks don't mind, we'll go over the script of the picture that you are going to play tonight. It's a story of the knights of old. Merle, you play a beautiful princess.
And you wear a hoop skirt.
A hoop skirt?
Yeah, a hoop skirt. That's a parachute with legs.
Costello plays the part of a knight. He's in love with you.
I thought nights were tall.
Well, kid, on account of daylight saving time, the nights are getting shorter.
As the first scene opens, Merle, you're in the palace, awaiting the arrival of your lover. You are playing the organ.
Organ? Like this? Botsford, didn't I tell you that you couldn't be in this picture? I started it again.
Don't shout at him.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking nice and easy. Relax.
Take it easy.
All right, Botsford.
Shout at him in a moment.
I'm talking nice. How easy can I talk?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, Botsford. Very sorry.
I'm okay now, Mr. Costello.
Oh, I'm glad you are. Now, keep out of the picture.
You did it again. Don't yell at me.
Please. Botsford, I'm sorry.
Will you please put a gag in his mouth?
Put a gag in his mouth.
Yes.
If I had a gag, I'd tell it myself.
Come on, let's get back to this story. Costello, as a knight, your costume is a suit of armor.
That's right, Lou. You wear an iron coat, an iron vest, and iron trousers. In fact, you wear a whole iron suit.
Where do I get it pressed? At Lockheed?
Now, your suit may become rusty, so you better keep yourself well oiled.
I'd have to be oiled to make love to you in an iron suit.
Merle, you walk out on the balcony.
Yes, and I sneak right up to it.
But how'd you get across the moat?
I caught the guard with his bridges down.
Then we have the big scene where Costello serenades you with a song of love.
And, Lou, I will drop a flower on you.
In a mad moment of love?
No, in a pot.
Now, Merle, you signal that the coast is clear. And, Costello, you climb the balcony. You reach Merle's side. You're panting from the long climb in that suit of armor. Yes, that's it. You gaze into her eyes. Remember, this is your big chance. Never mind, no more pants. Never mind that. There's emotion in your voice. As you stand there in your iron suit, what do you say to her?
Hey, kid, have you got a can opener?
Here's Connie Haynes with a Camel 5 with a new room book from the pen of Cole Porter. Hasta luego.
In a small cantina on an island far, Senorita Lena sang a song to a hot guitar. All the ding-dong dandies used to gather about when the lovely Lena, Lady Vina, would give in and give out. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And that mucha good luck, sweetheart. Once they'd married Lena, and her rich old guy moved to Pasadena, where the best people go to die. But when she'd collected all his copper creepers, back to her cantina, lovely Lena went flying as she purred. Hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart. Ay, hasta luego. Too bad we must part. Oh, hasta luego. And there's mucha good luck, sweetheart.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Perfume Pictures Incorporated presents the great costume drama entitled The Brave Knight Cut Off the Dragon's Tail, or The Dragon Isn't Waggin' Anymore. The beautiful Princess Guinevere is played by Merle Oberon. Lou Costello is the brave knight Sir Porterhouse, and Bud Abbott is his good friend Sir Loin. I played the part of the king. As the scene opens, the princess and I await the arrival of two brave knights in our kingdom. Curtain.
Greetings, brave knights. Kindly approach the throne.
Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Sir Loin, Knight of the Bath from Saxony.
And I am Sir Porterhouse, Knight of the Bath, from Constantinople. What kind of work did I give you?
Constantinople?
Yeah, Turkish bed.
Greetings, brave knights. I am the Princess Guinevere.
And who are those beautiful dames with you?
They are my ladies in waiting.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Quiet, Costello.
Oh, Sir Porterhouse, you must save our kingdom. The people are angry. They're clamoring outside the gates of the palace. Just listen to them clamor.
Clamor, clamor, clamor.
Did you hear that? The people are revolting.
They certainly are.
No, the people are starving. They have not eaten in 5 days.
Oh, they should try and force themselves. They gotta eat. But, my dear princess, have we no food?
Alas, no. The dragon has destroyed our crops.
You mean all our corn is gone?
Yes, there's only enough left for this program.
What's so funny about that? What a fresh princess.
Listen to the people shouting. They have been shouting for 5 days, but I dare not speak to them.
I will speak to the people, Your Majesty. Open the door. I'll make a speech. People of Saxony! That got him.
Now, my dear princess, just what do you desire us to do?
My dear knight, for several years now, my father has been bothered by a terrible dragon.
Why doesn't he pick up his feet?
You don't understand.
You don't understand. Nobody understood that.
Today, the dragon is coming to carry off the Princess Guinevere.
You must save me from this mean monster, Sir Porterhouse. He's a very mean beast.
Okay, kid.
He has 2 heads, one at each end.
How does he sit down?
He can't. That's what makes him so mean.
Well, don't be mean. Don't worry, princess. All right, I'm allowed one mistake, ain't I? I am not afraid of nothing. One time I climbed up a tree and I bagged a ferocious tiger.
You went up a tree after a tiger?
No! He came up after me!
But you said you bagged him.
I did bag him. I begged him to go away, but he wouldn't.
What happened?
Well, I snapped at the tiger snapped at me, and suddenly something whizzed past me.
What was it?
Pomona.
Pomona? Talk sense, will you?
Then my uncle came to my rescue, and I finally brought that tiger home stuffed.
What was he stuffed with?
My uncle.
Oh, Your Majesty, the dragon is almost upon us. He's coming to get the princess.
Quick, princess. Button up my iron suit. Wait a minute. Just a minute. I thought you were a princess.
I work the swing shift on the side.
Costello, look at that thing belching smoke and fire. Is that the dragon?
It ain't a smudge pot. I'm getting out of here.
It's too late. He's got us trapped.
Here he comes. Now do what he does. Do exactly what he does. Right. He's staring at you. Stare back at him.
I can't. Cockeyed. I can't do it.
Quiet. He's roaring at you. Roar back at him.
That'll scare him.
Wait a minute. Now he's wagging his tail.
That lets me out.
Look out! Look out, he's going to charge.
Going to charge? How much?
Oh. Quick, grab him, guys. I'm a gunner.
There's a fancy line. Grab him by the nose. Grab him by the nose. By the what?
The gullet. The dragon's neck.
Let him next. What do I care about their love life? Give me my sword. Give me my sword, somebody. I'll cut his nose off.
But how will he smell?
That is something that should only interest another dragon.
Look out, he's coming at you. Be careful, Costello. Your back is turned to him.
He's coming up behind you.
I know. He got me.
Where did he get you?
Well, if I was wearing a license plate, he would have cut off the last 3 numbers. Hey, he ruined my suit. My good iron suit he ruined. You nasty dragon. Get out of here!
Oh, don't do that. Don't yell at me.
What is with this?
How can I do the dressing?
How can I do the dressing? Wait, now stop. Stop. What can I do to keep you quiet, Butcher? Will you cut it out? I'm sorry.
And it's your own fault for hollering at him. There's only one thing that'll cure my hiccups. If you let me kiss Miss Oberon.
Oh, very well. I'll kiss you. If only you stop those awful hiccups.
Go ahead, Botsford. Kiss her.
Okay. How do you feel now, Botsford?
Oh, I feel fine.
But, what?
That's all,
tunes you whistle for a while and then forget, and others stay with you for years. I think the ones you remember are the ones that have character. I believe that goes for cigarettes, too. We say that Camels have character, and we back that up with the thousands of smokers who have stood by Camels for 20 years and more. We think it's true that more people have smoked Camels longer than any other cigarette. Try Camels and see for yourself. Try them in your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your own proving ground for cigarettes. Your taste will tell you that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps make Camels hold up day in and day out. Makes the second pack better than the first, and the third better than the second. Your throat will tell you about mildness, too. It's the best judge you'll find. Yes, Camels are mild, cool smoking, slow burning, because they're expertly blended of costlier tobaccos. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Here's more news about the Camel Caravans, those traveling shows which entertain the men in the Army camps. 32 performances of the Camel Caravan units will be given to men in the training stations throughout the coming week. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a thrill for Bud and me to do this program from the Ferry and Command Air Base here at Long Beach. And an added thrill to be here with Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Lou. I had a wonderful time, and it's been lots of fun.
That's right, Merle. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Colonel Ralph E. Spake, Lieutenant Colonel John P. Frame, Jr., and their splendid staff of officers for the opportunity to make this visit.
Next week, we'll be back in Hollywood on Thanksgiving Day. In addition to the regular gang, we'll have as our guest Herbert Marshall. And we do hope you'll all join us. Until next Thursday, Bud and I wish you all a very pleasant good night.
Camels present 4 great shows each week. Tomorrow night, the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. Saturday night, Thanks to the Yanks with Bob Hawke. Monday night, Blondie. And next Thursday at the same time, Abbott and Costello with their guest, Herbert Marshall. Our broadcast this evening was from the 6th Ferrying Group, Air Transport Command at Long Beach, and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department, as they do not endorse any product. The Army has also requested us to make this announcement to all men of 18 and 19. There is a serious need for young men, so serious that the Army is willing to let men of 18 and 19 choose whatever branch of service they desire. Go to your nearest Army recruiting office or induction station tomorrow. Learn about the jobs the Army has open in 13 different branches, all explained by men who know these jobs inside and out. Listen to the Camel Caravan tomorrow night with Lanny Ross, Xavier Cugat, Herb Schreiner, Lou Lair, and their guest star, Bob Hope. And now this is Ken Niles wishing you all good night.
Mister, if you've got a pipe that's biting you, why, it just means one thing. Your pipe's hungry. Yes, sir, hungry for Prince Albert, the mild, rich, tasty tobacco that won't bite your tongue because it's no-bite treated. PA's crimp cut, too, for easy packing and stay-lit burning. Around 50 pipefuls in every handy pocket package. Get Prince Albert tonight. You'll see why men call it the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. F-L-O-O-R. And Groucho, in just a few minutes, there'll be no more secret about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
Oh, really?
You bet your life. More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
He's been on before, hasn't he? Oh, that's me. Something earlier. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we asked for men with unusual occupations tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. James McClellan. His partner is a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Peggy Nagel. And here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and don't forget, in just a few minutes, we'll hear all about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Now, if you say the secret word, you divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Just step up a little bit, Peggy. Atta Peggy. Mrs., Mrs., huh? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to call you Peggy. I hardly know you, huh? Mrs. O'Neal, is it? Nagel, huh? Mm-hmm. And Mr. James McClellan. Yes, McClellan. Where are you from, Peggy?
I'm from Marshalltown, Iowa.
Marshalltown, Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
And how long ago since you left there?
Well, I was 4 years old about.
Oh, 16 years ago, huh? How long have you been married, Peggy?
7 years.
7 years? Well, then you must be more than 20, huh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. What sort of work does your husband do, Peggy?
He has an upholstery shop.
Oh, that's pretty stuffy work, isn't it? An upholstery shop?
Yeah.
And Mr. McClellan, is that...
Yes.
You know there was once a mayor in New York named McClellan?
No.
You didn't know that?
Never heard of him.
Oh, well, then obviously you're not related to him, huh?
Oh, I don't think so.
I'll call you Jim, huh?
All right.
And that'll be Jim Dandy. Where are you from, Dandy? Jim?
Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, huh?
Yes.
How long have you been living in California?
I don't live in California. I live in Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, and you go home every night? Is that what Take the Wilshire bus right out Glendale. Well, what are you doing out here, Jim? Is this a pleasure trip?
No, I came out here to get on this program.
Well, then it certainly isn't a pleasure trip. It's a long way from Kansas. What made you think you'd be on the show after you got here?
I wasn't sure I would be. This is the 6th time I've come out here to try to get on the show.
6th time you've
Yes.
been on here? My sponsors come out from Detroit 7 times trying to get me off the show. Well, this is indeed flattering to have you spend all that time and money just to be on the show. And for all you know, you might wind up in Grant's tomb with $12.50. That's a nice prospect facing a man. How much have you spent just to be on the show? And invested, I mean.
No, I haven't spent anything. I come out here free on the Union Pacific Railroad.
Well, do you come in the train or under it?
No, I come in the train.
In the train?
Yes.
Well, that runs into money, doesn't it?
No, I ride free.
Yeah, well, how do you do that?
I work part-time as a brakeman and third cook on dining cars.
You're a third cook?
Yes.
What are you, in charge of the succotash or something? Imagine, combination cook and brakeman, huh? If the spaghetti is sliding too fast, he puts the brake on. Did you ever serve brake lining instead of cornbread? No. Well, I don't understand. What do? You ride in the back in the caboose and then you run forward if they have to make something? What's the difference between a third cook and a first cook?
Well, the first cook is the last cook to get up in the morning. The third cook is the first cook to get up in the morning. The first cook is the first cook to go to bed at night, and the third cook is the last cook to go to bed at night.
Well, here we are, back with Abbott Costello. Well, when are you the brakeman?
Oh, about in the fall part of the year.
Oh, I see. You cook in the spring and then you're a brakeman in the fall. Well, do you cook in the brakeman's outfit or do you break in the cookman's outfit? Imagine. And how far did you travel, Peggy, to be on this show?
About a mile.
See, people come from all over the world just to be honest with you. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to this. It's the big DeSoto announcement we've all been waiting for.
Announcing the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The most exciting new automobile in America. The beautiful new DeSoto. With the most exciting new engine in America. The 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. Here is an entirely new kind of automobile engine with hemispherical or dome-shaped combustion chambers that produce more work per unit of fuel. This means that the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 gives you plenty of reserve power and acceleration at all speeds and on regular gasoline. See this great new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and try it from behind the wheel. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected anatomical terms. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Want me to explain the rules to him first?
Well, yes, if you care to.
All right.
And talk slowly until I get this stogie going. Huh?
All right. You bet as much of your $20.
Slower.
You bet as much of your $20.
Slower.
You take your $20.
Faster, huh?
You bet as much of your $20 as you
Faster, Fenneman. I'm all ready.
On each of 4 questions, you see, and then I forgot the rules. You bet as much of your $20 you want on each of 4 questions.
Unless he does it all together, he can't do it. Huh?
Well,
explain the rules.
Oh, all right.
I'd like to understand them, too. Huh?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show.
All right, now you have $20. Now, how much are you going to bet at the 20?
18.
$18. All right. The word pedal pertains to what part of the body?
Foot.
Foot is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $38.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $38 will you try this time?
36.
Fine.
36. The word manual pertains to what part of the body?
Hand.
Hands is right.
You now have $74.
Now, how much will you bet?
How much do you want to bet?
You have $74.
73.
Talk up, Peggy.
All right.
Make believe you're talking to your husband.
73.
How much? 73. The word nasal pertains to what part of the body?
The nose.
Nose is right.
You've now climbed to $147.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $147 are you going to risk?
$130.
$130. The word epidermal refers to what part of the body?
The scalp. The skin.
Skin is right.
And you wind up with $277.
Put it there, Peggy. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
We have a boarding house keeper and a husband from the audience, Groucho. Mrs. Ann Berner and Mr. Charles Hurdleston. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Ann Berner and Charles Hurdleston. Mrs. Ann Berner, you're the boarding house keeper, I presume, eh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Ann?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta? Oh, are you married, Ann?
Yes, I am.
You are, huh? How long have you been married?
5 years.
5 years, huh? You, are you the husband, Mr. Hurdleston?
I'm a husband, not her husband.
Well, don't come running to me with your problems. Where are you from, Charlie? You're a fine-looking young fella.
I'm from Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh. Are all the young fellas down there as handsome as you are, Charlie?
Well, I don't know.
How long have you been married?
15 months.
Meet her, was she from Dallas?
No, that's our nicest suburb.
I thought Neiman Marcus was the suburb before that. Now, Mrs. Berner, you operate a boarding house.
I do.
What's the name of this place?
It's the New Hampshire house.
This is in Vermont?
No, it's on New Hampshire Avenue.
Oh, here locally, huh?
Yes.
Well, what kind of a boarding house is it? Some of our
the-
listeners may be interested, you know.
It's a theatrical...
Pretty hungry-looking crowd out there tonight.
It's a theatrical boarding house.
Oh, theatrical boarding house? Oh, you save a lot of hams there, huh?
You have to be in some end of show business to get in.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the end of show business. About to shove me out of the whole thing. I used to play one end of a horse in vaudeville. Would that be qualifying me? Now, how large a place is this bird cage that you operate?
6 rooms.
26 rooms?
Yeah.
Show people a big appetite, you know. How big are the helpings at your place?
Oh, you can have as much as you want, and then if you want a second helping, we'll even give you the second steak if you want it.
Well, that's most generous of you, Mrs. Burney.
Because it only costs 60 cents to buy a steak today, the way I buy them.
Well, are you in close contact with a veterinary? Where you...
Well, I get the steaks anyway.
I'll say you get them anyway. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the railroad cook won $277, and the secret word is floor.
By the way, I understand, before I proceed with this, I understand your old quizmaster is on the cover of this week's parade. That's the Sunday Picture magazine. Just thought I'd warn you so you can hide it from the children. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about water as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
$15.
$15. Here's your first question. What is the name of this song? Play, Jerry.
$35.
I'm going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet?
20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Give me the title of this song. Okay, Jerry. Lazy River is right.
You now have $55.
How much you going to bet?
50. Yeah.
$50. All right. Play, Jerry. Let's have the music. Over the Waves are the loveliest night of the year.
Now have $105.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? They have $105.
$100.
Okay, here you go. $100. Give me the title of this song, Mr. F.
Down upon the Swanee River. You wind up with $205.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Put it there.
Well, just before we went on the air, Groucho, our studio audience selected a first sergeant from the United States Army, James Schmidt. His partner is a friend of his, Miss Sue Hansen. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Sergeant Schmidt and Miss...
Sue Hansen.
Sue Hansen, huh? I suppose I should get military. At ease, Sergeant. At ease, babe. Sergeant, I'll just call you Jimmy, huh? James? Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's good enough.
I'd rather you didn't look quite so belligerent. Where are you from, Mr. S.?
San Francisco, California.
And what's your hometown?
Kansas City,
Sue?
Missouri.
Kansas City, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you yearn for KC anymore?
No, not at all.
You prefer California?
Yes, I
How
like
old are
it.
you, Sue?
25.
And Sergeant, how old are you?
24.
24. Well, you're outranked. How long have you been in the Army?
10 years.
10 years you've been in the Army?
Yeah.
Were you a drummer boy originally?
No.
I can't help but notice all the bars and stripes and ribbons. Could you tell us what all that stands for?
Yeah, the Combat Infantry badge with a star in it, silver star, bronze star with a cluster, purple heart with a cluster, and then just the regular campaign ribbon.
Quite a hero, huh? Where did you get all those things? You must have been in the last war, huh?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought of leaving the Army and running for president? Other people have that in mind, Jimmy. I understand you're a friend of the sergeant here, Sue. Is that right? How good a friend are you, Sue?
Well, we're engaged.
You contemplate matrimony with this gent here?
Those are my plans.
Have you consulted the sergeant on this?
Well, he's agreeable, I think.
Well, he might be agreeable, but does he want to get married? Now, you're a first sergeant. What else do they call you?
Top sergeant or top kick.
I've heard of top sergeants. They're supposed to be the toughest men in the Army, aren't they? So, what do you call him when you're alone, Sarge or top kick?
I don't call him top kick or Sarge.
What do you call him?
Well...
I know, it's kind of...
Honey pot?
Honey pot? Honey pot, is this true? Answer in the name of Ulysses S. Grant.
I guess it is.
Those dames, they whittle everybody down to their size. Do you like it when she calls you Honey Pot, Sarge?
I guess I do.
Attention, all privates in Sergeant Schmidt's company. He wants you to call him Honey Pot. That's an order. Over and out. Roger, Sam. Do I sound like Captain Video? Sarge, let's find out about your job. For example, what do you actually do?
Well, I'm the immediate representative of the company commander. I tell the men what the captain want them to do.
And do you tell the captain what the men want him to do? In other words, you're the boss man, huh? And if a man doesn't do his job right, you fire him. Is that right?
There's no such thing as firing in the Army.
Why do they have all those guns and bullets? Well, what are some of your duties specifically?
Well, I maintain the duty roster and see that all the details are shared equally.
Well, that's a pretty responsible job. Are you sure that all the men share alike in the work details?
Yes, they're all shared alike.
Mm-hmm. Well, for example, when they're painting the barracks, does the general wield the brush like the other men?
No.
And you call that sharing the work, eh? Can't you ask the captain to fire the general?
Captains don't fire generals.
That's not true. I know an ex-artillery captain from Missouri who fired a general. Of course, he was a very democratic fellow, but... How many men do you have in your company?
Roughly 800. It's a post-operating company.
Roughly 800, huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean by a post-operating company? You operate on the post there?
No, we handle all the administrative functions on post and give logistical support to the ROTC and ORC units in Southern California.
You didn't get a Purple Heart for that. How'd you get the Purple Heart?
That's a while back.
Well, tell us about it. I'm sure the audience would be interested in that.
Well, the first time was in Sicily, at jail of Sicily, and then the second time was in Hamhung, North Korea.
It's always that way. The bigger the hero they are, the more modest they are. Well, Sarge, I imagine you must have had some strange experiences in the service. Can you think of any that you could tell?
Well, I never had any strange ones. I had kind of an embarrassing one, though. When I first went in the Army, I was kind of a big guy, and we were over in North Africa getting ready to go to Sicily. Well, I was a corporal at the time. I was 14. So my mom wrote a letter to the old man, and she
What do you mean the old man? Your father?
No, the company commander.
The CO, huh?
Yeah. So,
who was the old man, remember?
Geez, I forgot his name.
It's just as well, I guess.
Well, anyway, she wanted me to come home. Thought I was not old enough to be over there.
Well, that's absurd. You were 14.
So it kind of got out in the company, and, being a squad leader, and I had told everybody I was 20, why, it was kind of embarrassing when they found out.
And what did the CO do? Did he holler when he heard about it?
Well, he didn't like it.
That's the understatement of the week, I think. Have you any idea, Sue, what your life would be like if you married a first sergeant? For example, Sarge, what time do you start to work in the morning?
Well, I generally get up about 5 and fall out for reveille at 5:30.
Why don't you get up the same as everybody else, huh? Don't you ever hurt yourself falling out in the morning? Would you be willing to get up at 5 in the morning, 5:30, and make coffee for a sergeant here?
Well, I thought perhaps I could make it the night before, and then he could warm it up in the morning.
How do you like it? They're not even married yet, and she's figured out how they're going to make the coffee. Sarge, my advice is after you're married, go over the hill. By the time you get home, she'll make it hot for you. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you both the best of luck, and I hope you wind up as a general and eventually run for president. Now you're going to play your bet your life for a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the railroad cook lead with $277.
And here we go. This is Famous Lovers of Fact and Fiction. Now you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.99.
$19.99. That's right. She's a very cautious girl and wants a nest egg, that's all. All right, here we go. Prince Albert was proposed to by a famous queen. What was her name?
Think real hard.
Talk it over, and if you don't know, make a guess.
Prince Albert. Huh?
Prince Albert.
Prince Albert was proposed to by a famous queen. What was her name?
Not Elizabeth. Josephine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Queen Victoria.
Victoria.
Gee, you have 1 cent.
You going to bet all of it? All right, remember you're going for $1,500 tonight. You're going to bet the whole cent. On your second question. Roxanne was loved by a long-nosed swordsman and a poet. They made a movie about her. What was his name?
Cyrano de Bergerac.
Cyrano de Bergerac.
You now have 2 cents.
Gentlemen, keep your 2 cents out of this, will you? Here's your third question. How much of the 2 cents are you going to risk?
All of it.
All of it? Elizabeth Barrett was in love with a famous poet. What was his name?
Browning.
Browning is right.
You now have 4 cents.
Now you got 4 cents. Now, how much are you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. She's real bright. The first one was just confusion. I think she had stage fright. You're going to bet the whole 4 cents. In the ballad, Frankie shot her lover. What was his name?
Johnny.
Johnny is right.
Well, I wind up with 8 cents.
I can figure that out, too, buddy. I'm as sharp as you are. Well, we'll give you one more question. Answer it correctly, and we'll see that you don't leave here with less than $25. You've got 8 cents, so this question is for $24 and $24.92. Think hard now, and please no help in the audience. What kind of fruit grows on a cherry tree?
Cherries.
Cherries is right. Put it there, Sue. Put it there, Sarge.
Well, you wound up with 8 cents, so that means that the housewife and the railroad cook with $277 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now let's learn more about the spectacular new DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
It's here, the exciting new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with power steering, one of the most remarkable advancements in automobile history. Power steering takes almost all the effort out of turning the wheels. Imagine, 1 finger. Yes, 1 finger is all it takes to turn the wheels, even when the car is at a standstill. In parking your car, you've never known anything to compare with DeSoto power steering. With no more effort than it takes you to dial a phone, you can turn the wheels and glide comfortably into the tightest parking space. And out on the highway, DeSoto Power Steering makes your control of the car easier with less road shock. No matter how bad the road, DeSoto Power Steering helps you hold a true and steady course, and with practically no effort on your part. DeSoto Power Steering. Never has there been a more brilliant advance in making it easier, safer for everyone to handle a car. See the brilliant new DeSoto with power steering, the 160-horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, and other great features. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And now here's the housewife and the railroad cook, all set for the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question, Groucho.
Now, we would go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. One of the well-known countries of the world is divided into two parts by 1,000 miles of another country. For $1,500, what country is geographically split into two separate parts? Talk it over. You got 15 seconds. Well, of course you can guess.
Russia?
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Pakistan. It is divided by 1,000 miles of the Republic of India territory. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won quite a lot in the quiz. How much?
$277
well,
in the quiz.
That's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Virginia Avenue standards, it's quite late at night as our scene opens now, almost 11:45 o'clock. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. Victor Gook and Mr. Rush Gook. Rush, clad in pajamas and bathrobe, occupies his father's easy chair. He seems uneasy. Vic, who has just this moment arrived home from a meeting of the sacred stars of the Milky Way, removes his hat and contemplates his son with disapproval. He's saying,
"Know what time it is? Getting on for 12. Or more romantically, midnight. Tomorrow's a school day, ain't it, my friend?
Yeah.
One takes advantage of one's mother's absence.
How you mean?
Mom don't allow you to sit up and read this late.
This Third Lieutenant Stanley book is interesting as heck. Couldn't force myself to lay it down. And besides that, another fact...
Well, since we're bachelors and our domestic routine is out of adjustment, I'll overlook the matter this time. Did you put the milk bottle out?
Yeah.
Front door locked?
Yeah.
I took care of the back. Suppose we hit the hay.
All right.
I was sleepy as a horse.
Lodge meeting lasted later than usual tonight, didn't it?
Uh-huh. Didn't break up till 10:30. Then a half a dozen of us dropped in at the Greeks and ate scrambled eggs and talked over the European situation. I bet I fall into a deep stupor the moment my head touches the pillow.
Mm.
Your pals show up to study algebra?
Yeah, they did.
Accomplish anything?
Quite a bit. We asked each other review questions.
Asked each other review questions the first 10 minutes and then devoted the remainder of the evening to jolly games and pastimes, huh?
No, we stuck pretty close to algebra all the time.
Who all was here?
Nicer Scott, Bluetooth Johnson, Milton Wells, Smelly Clark, and Rooster Davis.
A remarkable group of great gentlemen and brilliant scholars. They didn't break any furniture, did they?
Bluetooth Johnson fell off in a kitchen chair, but no damage was done.
We're fortunate. Golly, I'm tired. Jump up from there, Oscar. We only got about 7 hours to sleep.
Okay. By the way, Rooster Davis whipped out a compliment for you.
I'm much obliged to Rooster. What did he say?
Well, sir, it's a long, long story. He started out by passing...
I'm afraid I won't have time to listen to long, long stories right at the moment, Coal Oil. Perhaps tomorrow...
Just one second, Gov.
Beg pardon?
Wait a minute.
You wish to chat?
Rooster Davis is here.
Once again, I beg pardon?
Rooster Davis is upstairs in bed.
You're going to think I'm an old Paul Pry, always thrusting my nose in other people's business, but may I
stuck my neck out, Gov, but I didn't think you'd care.
Suppose you...
They got an automobile load of company over at Davis's house. A bunch of relatives from Grand Rapids, Michigan dropped in on him unexpected. Rooster was faced with the prospect of spending the night on a couch in the attic. I said, Rooster, by George, why don't you stay here?
You're a kind man, Rush.
I figured it'd be okay with you.
If Mom were here, would she say okay?
Yes, I'm pretty sure she would.
Where does Rooster slumber?
In the big bedroom.
Yeah?
After all, he's a guest. I couldn't put him down cellar on the roof, could I?
You understand, of course, you're not going to deceive your mother any. All she has to do is glance in the big bedroom and know it's been occupied.
Oh, like I said before, Gov, I'm pretty sure Rooster's sleeping here'd be okay with Mom. I've put my friends up before. Why, just last month, Nicer Scott spent the night here. You remember. Let's see, was
it... Okay, I'm not kicking. Only I advise you to take pains with that bedroom tomorrow and see that Rooster leaves it as neat and orderly as he found it. Well, night-night, I must away. When you and Rooster see Rooster in the morning, tell him the tower with the blue border is the private property of your father and must not be disturbed.
All right, I'll tip him off.
Your brow is still furrowed with anxiety, slaveholder. Haven't I acted reasonably?
Gus, there's something else.
Save it for tomorrow.
No, wait.
Great guns, man. It's almost midnight. I love to exchange sparkling parlor crosstalk as much as the next sport.
There's another individual upstairs.
What?
Rotten Davis is here.
Rush, dear chum, you may have your old man pegged for a nitwit.
And listen to me a second, Gov, and don't scream bloody murder.
If your mother were here, there'd be so much screaming of bloody murder.
Let me tell you exactly what happened.
All right. And after that, you and me will have a heart-to-heart.
When the guys started to go home when we got through studying algebra, Rooster explained about this automobile load of relatives that stopped in at his house from Grand Rapids, Michigan. He said he was faced with the prospect of spending the night on a couch in the attic.
We've already been over that round. You said, Rooster, by George, why don't you sleep here?
Yeah.
All right. Suppose we get on to Rotten. By the way, where does Rotten slumber?
With Rooster.
Pleasant dreams to both of them. You may also inform Rotten the towel in the bathroom with the blue border belongs to me.
I will. Gov, I didn't think you'd care. I figured
whether I care or not, I'm not going to let it keep me out of the hay any longer. I'll brood over the matter tomorrow. Once again, night-night.
I want to tell you exactly what happened, Gov, so you won't be sore.
My soreness...
I said to Rooster, Rooster, why don't you stay here?
And he said, fine. Wait a second while I fetch my brother Rat.
No, he didn't. He says, that's mighty white of you, Rush. I says, not at all. I'm sure my father won't have any objection. He says, well, I've got to telephone home and get permission from my folks. I says, go ahead.
So he telephoned home, and his folks wanted to know if you had room for Rat.
Exactly. You hit the nail right square on the head.
How many relatives was in that crowd from Grand Rapids?
Oh, gosh. Uncle Funny, Aunt Grace, Cousin Harry, Uncle Frank, Aunt Wee, Cousin Flub. Oh, gosh, a big gang.
Well, so be it. As far as I'm concerned, Rooster and Rotten can sleep upstairs and welcome. The responsibility, however, in case your mother raises a kick, is entirely on your shoulders.
That's understood.
Fine. Well, a tender good night to you and your friends. I'm getting a little too old for this night owl business. I'm going to pull the covers up around my
Just
head.
one more second, Gus.
I'm afraid
Rooster
that I'll
telephoned home, and it was just like you guessed. He talked to his mother and told her I'd invited him to sleep at my house, and she wanted to know if there was room for Rotten. Well, what could I say? Had to say yes. Also, I figured as long as the big bedroom was going to be slept in anyway, what'd be the difference if two guys slept in it or if one guy?
I've absolved you from guilt, stove polish. Let Rooster and Rotten sleep their heads off. Suppose we cut short this fascinating colloquy now.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Rush. Rush, is there still a third party upstairs? Rush, is there still a third party upstairs?
Yeah.
Who?
Roper.
Roper?
Roper.
Roper who?
Roper Davis.
And Roper Davis?
Rooster and Rotten's cousin. Now listen, Duff, I appreciate you're going to swallow your shoes and scream like a panther. I don't blame you. The situation got out of my hands. If Mom had been around or you'd been around, it wouldn't have happened.
The midnight bells will chime in a few minutes, and here I stand in my brilliantly lighted ribbon robe.
After Rooster telephoned home, we sat around waiting for Rotten to show up. Pretty soon Rotten showed up, and he had Roper with him. Miss Davis figured if we had room for two guys, we'd have room for three. My hands were tied. I couldn't kick Roper out in the street. Could I?
Could you what?
Kick Roper out in the street?
Rush.
Yeah.
Are there any others upstairs to sleep?
No.
You're sure?
Yeah.
There's three of them, and that's the sum total?
Yes.
Rooster Davis, Rotten Davis, and Roper Davis comprise our complete roster, I guess?
Right. You understand how it was now, don't you, Gus? I couldn't help it. Doggone
Where
it.
does Roper slumber?
Beg pardon?
Where does Roper slumber?
He slumbered.
Yes. Roper slumbers where, Rush?
God, my bed is a single bed. There's not room for two individuals in it. You appreciate that yourself.
Roper slumbers in my bed?
Yours is a double bed.
I am to understand, then, that an utter stranger is
He's
thrown
a
out.
swell fella, Gus.
Roper's a swell fella?
He used to play third base with the East Lansing, Michigan Skunks, a professional baseball team that won the championship.
Tired as I am, I must share my bed with an utter stranger. Tired as
You go in my room, Gus. I'll crawl in with Roper. Do that. My bed's a little short for you, but you'll sleep fine. By George,
Your mother prophesied we'd get ourselves tied in knots if we had to get along by ourselves a week. Well, apparently she was right.
Yeah, takes Mom to keep the wheels on the track. Wouldn't be anything like this happen if she was on deck.
Myers, makers of Mom, the Safer deodorant, and Frank Ellis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern transcribed with our guest tonight, Ed Wynn, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meets eat. Archie the Magician speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Where was I last night? I went to the opera. Yes, the opera, you know, Misery with the French horn. Yeah, Duff, there's two kinds of people that go to the opera, you know. There's them that goes because they think it's the thing to do, and Then there's their husbands. Yeah. Then there's the type that goes they go just because they get free tickets. Yes, I had a very good seat. In fact, for opera, it was the best kind. Yeah, I was behind a post in the last row. And guess who I met there? He's coming down here tonight. Ed Wynn. Wynn, Duffy. As if if you're married, you can't. Huh? Who is he? He's one of those lowbrow comedians. Yeah, you know, the kind that gets laughs. You can't place him? Oh, look, Duffy, remember in the old days when you turned on the radio and you used to get a lot of static? Well, if the static giggled, it was Wynn. Yeah. Well, look, Duffy, I think we've had enough fun for one nickel. I'll call you back.
Hey, Miss Archie, how'd you like the opera last night?
The opera, well, Eddie, it was sort of in between.
In between?
Yeah, too loud for sleeping and too soft for snoring.
How'd you happen to go?
What do you mean, how'd I happen to go?
Well, when you left here, you was cold sober.
I thought I told you. You know, I had an Annie Oakley. You know that Senor Vermicelli from the opera company?
Yeah.
Well, I waited on him the other day, and he asked me if I liked opera, and before I had a chance to answer, he gave me a free ticket.
Well, with the kind of service you give people, you deserved it. Well, yeah. Didn't you like nothing about the opera?
Well, just one thing.
What?
The blonde sitting next to me. She and her and me and... Well, anyway, we had quite a literary discussion about music. And somehow I happened to mention about the opera that I wrote.
The opera you wrote?
You seem aghasted.
You ain't never told me you wrote an opera?
Well, Eddie, I don't tell you everything. Like, for instance, I didn't tell you that I took a bath last week.
Did you?
Well, no, I'm just using it as an example.
You write an opera.
Why not? Some guys shoot pool, some guys go out with dames. I happen to write operas. And mine is one that the people will be able to understand, too. Now, take last night. There was a lot of suffering going on, you know, but nobody knew why. With my opera, it's going to be different.
You're so right.
As I say, why is it that people enjoy an opera on the radio so much, Eddie?
Why?
A very good question. The reason is it's because Milton J. Cross keeps interrupting, you see. He makes everything clear, and that's what gave me the idea for my opera. I wrote one with a built-in commentator.
Well, who's going to be this commentator?
Ed Wynn. I'm going to try the opera out here tonight, and Ed Wynn will do the commentating. And, Eddie, this opera can't miss. I can see it already. It's opening night. My name is up in lights. Limousines driving up. Ladies with evening gowns. Men with tails. Well, hello, Finnegan.
What you doing?
Writing an opera.
Oh. Is it tough to write an opera?
No, not at all.
How does it work?
Simple as ABC.
Oh, yeah? How does that work?
Well, Finnegan, to write operas, you got to visualize. You know, for a stupid guy, you got a very intelligent face.
Thanks, George.
Yeah. I'm sure that if you had been born with a forehead, it would have been a high one. Well, as I say, you got to visualize the thing as a whole.
In the head?
In your case, yes. And now, as I say, if you visualize the whole...
What's that word again,
Visualize.
Do you mind if I ask you a pertinent question?
Go ahead.
What's the meaning of the word pertinent?
Finnegan, I'd answer that question, but I failed to see where it is irrelevant.
Well, thanks, Doc. I think that covers it.
Archie, did I hear that you wrote an opera?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're going to put it on here tonight?
Why not?
Should I tell him?
Look, Miss Duffy, just because you studied singing with that broken-down Yasha Slavnik...
Broken down?
You heard me, broken down.
Archie, I'll have you know that Yasha Slavnik is a very high-priced teacher.
How much does he charge?
$15 a lesson.
$15 a lesson?
Yeah. Of course, if you pay cash, there's a discount.
How much is it then?
20 cents. Of course, to get the discount, you have to bring your own piano.
Well, naturally, but even Miss Duffy at 20 cents, I think the guy is still robbing you.
Oh, yeah? Yasha says that I'm his most promising pupil.
He does, huh?
Yeah. And believe me, that's quite a compliment coming from a man who once shook hands with Nick Lucas.
Well, maybe we can use you tonight.
As a singer?
Certainly not as a showgirl. Now get in the back room and start practicing.
Well, why do I have to practice?
I would like my opera singers to practice what they speak. Now, let me see. Who else could we get to sing the other parts?
Say, Art, Eddie tells me you're putting on an opera tonight.
That's right, Joe.
Do you need a singer?
Everybody wants to get into the act. Yeah, Joe, we need a singer. You want to audition me?
Okay. Orito Pagliaccio. Singers run in my family, you know.
I can see why. Joe, maybe you better stick to singing the praises of Vitalis, huh?
Well, naturally, that I do with more enthusiasm.
Well, tell me why, Joe, in so many words.
Because Vitalis keeps your hair well groomed. Vitalis tames down dry, unruly hair and helps hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalp, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You'll look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Well, Eddie, I got the opera finished.
Oh, that's nice. What you gonna call this masterpiece?
Well, I was thinking of calling it Carmen.
That's a tricky little name.
Thank you. It don't make sense, of course, but it has a nice operatic feel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me just polish this thing a little now. This half note here, I think I'll change that to a quarter note in case the little dame sings it. You know. Now, this minor fifth, I think I'll make that a demented fourth. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now, let's see.
Hey, Art, that guy that just come in.
Yeah?
He looks like an idiot.
Finnegan, that's Edwin.
Hello, Archie.
Finnegan, I think you was right.
You know, I hope I'm awfully late, Archie.
You hope you're late. Why?
Well, my first joke depends on it. I thought that was clever when I put that in there. I had an awful time getting here, Archie. I had an awful time, really.
Yeah? Well, didn't you take the number 8 bus like I told you?
The number 8 bus?
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, no. I came the hard way. 2 4s.
2 4s. Hey, that's a very funny joke. Well, Mr. Wynn, I'm glad you came down here tonight. You see, I got a little proposition.
You know, that reminds me of a joke.
What's the joke?
Well, it's the joke. I think you'll enjoy this, you know.
Yeah?
It's the joke about the fellow who brought a girl home to the girl's father.
Uh-huh.
See? Now, you got to follow this. So the father says to the boy, what have you done to my daughter? Look at her. She's all suntanned. Where'd you hear this? So the fellow says to the girl's father, he said, well, I took her to the beach. And the father said, you did, eh? Well, you leave this house and never darken my daughter again. Did you get that? What a good joke.
Well, anyway, you see, I was to the opera last night.
Did I ever tell you the joke about the man who had only 2 teeth, Archie?
2 teeth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Man had 2 teeth. One in his upper jaw and one in his lower jaw. This is very funny. One day, the tooth in the lower jaw said to the tooth in the upper jaw that we ought to get together for lunch sometime. I'm kidding. You know that's good.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last
that
night.
reminds me, you know. Archie, I'm in quite a predicament.
A predicament?
Yes, I've been having trouble with my stomach, and the doctor told me to diet. But he didn't tell me what color, you know.
I can see I'm in a bit of a predicament myself.
Yeah?
You see, I went to the opera last night.
Oh, that reminds me of another one. Just what you said. Do you like food, Archie?
Wouldn't sit down to a meal without it.
That sounds funnier than anything I've said so far. That's a dirty trick. Well, I'm glad you like food anyhow, Archie. If you want a wonderful dinner, I want you to take down this recipe. Will you do that?
Okay.
Well, now, first, you take a large turkey and you clean the turkey very carefully.
Uh-huh.
Then you take a goose, which is a little smaller than the turkey, and you place the goose inside of the turkey. Now, inside the goose, you place a little duck. Then inside the duck, you put a chicken, and in the chicken, you put a squab. What a dish this is. Inside the squab, you put an olive, you see?
An olive?
Yeah. Then you cook the whole thing for about 3 hours, and it's wonderful.
I imagine the part around the wishbone must be great. But as I was saying, Mr. Wynn, you see, the trouble with opera is that the people don't understand it, you
Archie,
see.
last week I took my girl to the opera, Archie. What do you think happened?
What?
Well, you'll enjoy this. I keep laughing because I love life, you know. I'll tell you the whole story. I took my girl to see the opera got a Dameron, you know.
Watch your language, please.
All right. We're making this up, you know, as we go along. So far, he's ahead of me.
Surprise.
Shall we start the whole thing over again?
No. Let's take it from the gutter Dameron.
All right. Anyhow,
what happened?
I took my girl to the opera, got a Dameron, and I didn't hear one word of the opera, Archie.
No?
She talked and talked and talked all through the opera. I didn't hear any of the overture. I didn't hear any of the singing. Even after the opera, she kept talking. I heard none of the opera got a Dameron. And last night she called me up again, and she asked me would I like to take her to the opera, this time for Rigoletto. Do you know what I said? I said, I'd love to take you. I've never heard you in Rigoletto.
Well, Mr. Wynn, as I was saying, I went to the opera last night and decided that people don't understand opera, so I wrote myself with a commentator, and I want you to be the commentator.
Well, why didn't you say so before?
Well, I tried to, but you seem to have a slight impediment in my speech. What, will you do it?
Oh, I'd love to do it. You know what I'll do, Archie? I'll go out and put on my opera clothes. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Miss Archie, this opera, this Carmen.
Yes?
This Mr. Wynn, is he the gentleman that's going to make it clear?
Yes. But he's going to do sort of a commentary. Hey, a commentary? Guess I'm pretty good with the jokes myself. I must send that one into the Reader's Digest.
Well, I hope they got a reader that can digest it.
This is something personal. It's something that both men and women should be aware of, and that's your own freshness and charm. Trust Mum for that. M-U-M. Mum. For Mum is the underarm deodorant with a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. It smooths on in a jiffy. It's gentle. It's safer. Because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your charm. So remember, after every bath and before every date, smooth on Mum. For you see, your bath washes away the past, but Mum safeguards the future. And because Mum is so effective, you will never experience that left out feeling. Really, personal daintiness can play a most important role in your future, in business as well as romance. Don't neglect it. So if you want to be sure you're nice to be near, depend on Mum. M-U-M. Mum.
Now, look, Finnegan, when Mr. Wynn is finished with the commentation, I want you to holler, bravo.
Bravo? What's that?
It's an operatic term, like in baseball you say, kill the Empire. But we better get going with Carmen. Mr. Melnick, we're all ready to start the opera. Now, if there's anything that confuses you, Mr. Wynn has some program notes, and we'll be very happy to add to the confusion.
Well, as the curtain goes up, we find ourselves in scene one. I think that's odd. Now, scene one is a cigarette factory. We know it is a cigarette factory because there are doctors walking in and out of the building. Now, suddenly Carmen appears, and she works in the cigarette factory. She's a young girl still in her nicotine. Now, Carmen is very popular. She has hundreds of boyfriends, and she gives each one of them a lock of her hair. Carmen, or as her friends call her, Baldy, she is dressed in very gay colors. She is wearing a yellow blouse and a checkered skirt, and as she walks down the street, men whistle at her. They think she's a taxi cab, you know. Carmen enjoys this little game and keeps her motor running. I think that's very subtle. That's fine. At this point, our hero, who is Don Jose, he enters. Don Jose speaks to Carmen.
Well, me petite cucaracha, Chili Billy Bean.
Who are you, senor?
I am Don Jose, a gay caballero and hombre about town.
Ain't you the Uno? Wait. You are not Don Jose, the great lover.
You see this badge?
What does he say?
Tamale inspector.
In Spain, this is a very big joke. At this point, Carmen discloses that she is Carmen, and Don Jose discloses that he is Don Jose. Or is it the other way around? Well, it doesn't matter, just as long as it's clear. Anyway, Carmen and Don Jose sing a duet.
I am Carmen, and I'm no prude.
What a hunk of punctured Mr. Wynn, in case we have some dopes here, perhaps you better explain the word punctured.
Punctured?
Yes.
Well, that means that Carmen is beautiful. Mm-hmm. You see, that's the idea of punctured. Of course, I don't like to be catty, but a great deal of her beauty is due to makeup, you know. In fact, Carmen wears so much makeup that if you want to kiss her, you have to drill for it, you know. Anyway, in the next scene, we see Carmen sitting on a park bench. Don Jose sneaks up behind her and puts his hands over her eyes. Both of his hands. Then he whispers in her ear. He says, Carmen, do you love me? And she says, of course I love you. Who are you? This makes Don Jose suspicious. Our next scene is the public square. The square speaks.
Buenos Dias. Who are you, pig? I am your hated rival. I am Don Schlemilio.
You are Don Schlemilio?
Yes.
I am Don Jose.
And I am Don Carmen.
I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
And I love Carmen.
You love Carmen?
Yes.
Once again, the infernal triangle.
I love her, and he loves she.
If he loves her, then I hate he.
He loves me.
And so does she.
This makes it fun for love of me.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
But I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. We hate each other with a love so true.
By now, Don Jose and Don Schlemilio hate each other. And the audience is in a pretty nasty mood, too. Well, anyhow, in the next act, a complete year has passed, and Carmen has gotten quite heavy. But Don Jose does not care. He still worships the very ground she sinks into.
Ah, Senorita Carmen.
Da.
Carmen, can you ever forget that night in Madrid?
Sure. Was it worse to you?
Zuza, Carmen, why is it you are so mean to me?
It's because I hate you.
Bully. Then why for you go out with me?
It's because I love suffer.
Then, Carmen, marry me. Carmen, I love you. Will you marry me?
I will marry no one. I am fancy free.
But I cannot live without your love. I am a lost little dove.
Ha, 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 ha. You men are fools. The one I love is me.
You know, it's a wonderful opera, this is. In the next act, it is the day of the big bullfight. Now, there is much excitement, and everybody is having a good time. We even hear the vendors walking up and down through the arena. Get your red hot bull burgers, yeah! Get your bull burgers, yeah! Well, there is much excitement, and the toreadors are having a good time. And now the bullfight starts. Don Schlemilio faces the bull. He is a ferocious beast, and his nostrils quiver as he paws the ground. And the bull is pretty tough, too. But Don Schlemilio and the bull stare at each other. They cannot decide who will make the face move, so the bull tosses him for it. You think that needs repetition or something? There was a lull there. The bull tosses him for it. I want to send that to some other comedian. In the meantime, we're still talking about Carmen, you know.
Okay.
In the meantime, Don Jose has proposed to Carmen again. This enrages Carmen, so she kills Don Jose. This gives Flamilio an idea, and he kills Carmen. Not to be outdone, Don Jose gets up and kills Flamilio. And as the three of them lie there on the stage waiting for the Undertaker, they sing.
And now I feel I must drop dead.
Drop dead.
I fear that we can never wed.
Drop dead.
The time has come when I must Time now to
Drop dead. Drop dead.
Drop
dead.
Mr. Wynn, I think you should explain that last part to the audience.
Archie, I've listened to this opera for 10 minutes now.
Yeah?
I think you should explain the last part to the audience.
What do you mean?
Drop dead.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Yes, we're certain that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, will give you the best shaves you've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves, thanks to a special beard softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. That's Benex, B-E-N-E-X. Benex brushless shave at your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
Why do you suppose there's so many people all over the world waiting to come to America? Sure, you know the reason. It's freedom. Freedom, the most wonderful word in the world, and our most precious possession. Unfortunately, so many of us take freedom for granted. There are millions of people in the world who would give anything to be able to do something you do every day without thinking about it. I mean a simple thing like listening to news on the radio. We hear news without distortion of fact. Few people in other countries do. And this is only one of a long list of freedoms we Americans enjoy. But we must work to keep our precious freedoms. Work at being a good citizen by voting, by keeping informed, making our opinions known, and resisting all attacks on our political and religious rights. We must all do it, for freedom is everybody's job. Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern Transcribed is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and by Chalice for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prel.
P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
Yes, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prel brings you The Life of Riley. Prel, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, leaves hair more radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Saturday, an aircraft worker in Los Angeles finished up his work at noon and, in typical American fashion, hurried home to spend the half-holiday with his 13-year-old son, Junior. A simple situation, you might think, with no foreseeable complications. In most cases, that would be true. But in this case, the man's name happens to be Jester A. Riley.
Hi, Peg. Where's Junior?
In his room, dear. How about the two of you cleaning up the yard for me this afternoon, huh?
Oh, Peg, this is Saturday, Father and Son Day. The day me and Junior pal around. Oh, that little Junior, a real pal. Man's best friend.
Oh, but the yard...
I tell you, Peg, he adores me. You ought to see the way he looks up at me with those big brown eyes and the way he trots along after me. And
does he wag his tail, too?
Well, he would if he had one.
So you won't do the yard?
Well, I'm willing, Peg, but that kid just wouldn't give up this day with me for anything.
Hiya, Pop.
Well, hiya, son. Well, all dressed up and raring to go, huh? Well, what's the program? The zoo, aquarium, movies? Up to you.
Yeah, well, there's a thing going on at school today, Pop.
Well, what is it? A father and son shindig? Oh, boy, we'll have fun.
Well, it's not exactly that. It's
a show. Well, I'll do my imitation of Charlie McCarthy. Peg, get me my Edgar Bergen dummy, huh?
It's not a show. It's a tea dance.
We'll be the handsomest couple on the floor.
Riley, can't you get it through your head? Junior's got a date with a girl this afternoon.
A girl? Well, just tell her to bring along a friend for me. Oh, I get it. I ain't invited.
Well, I'd ask you to come, Pop, but, well, I don't think Marilyn would like it.
Oh. So Marilyn means more to you than I do. Okay, I don't need you, Junior.
Well, I'm sorry, Pop. Well, I gotta go. Goodbye.
Stood up. He stood me up. I give him the best years of my life, and the first pretty face that comes along, he jilts me.
Oh. Now, stop feeling sorry for yourself. It's not the end of the world. Well, I got the laundry to do. Oh, this bundle's heavy.
What's the use of having a kid?
Riley, this may come as a surprise, but you're the father of another child.
Peg, you mean... Well, darling, why didn't you tell me before? Oh, sit down, sweetheart. Give me that bundle. You shouldn't lift heavy bundles at a time like this. Can I get you some pickles and strawberries? When's it going to be, darling? What is it?
Riley, you goof. Stop imagining things. I meant your daughter, Babs.
Oh. Here's the bundle.
You know, all these years you've been so busy with Junior, you've practically ignored Babs.
Well, she's only a girl.
Only a girl?
What I mean is it's only natural.
Oh, there's no use talking to you.
No, wait a minute, Peg. Then maybe I have been neglecting Babs lately. I just didn't notice.
Well, you paid a lot more attention to her when she was younger.
Yeah, you're right. We were pretty close. She used to tell her old daddy everything. Now the only way I find out what's going on with her is when she forgets to lock up her diary.
You read her diary?
Well, not lately. She caught me. Now she writes in code. You know, Peg, I'm going to get real close to my little girl. Where is she?
Oh, probably down at the drugstore with her gang.
Well, then I'm off to join the gang. And believe me, Dumplin', you've got no idea what a change this is going to make in Babsy's life.
Hi, Babs. Oh, hi, Audrey. Why are you sitting here all by yourself with that dreamy look? Waiting for someone, Babs? I might be, Audrey. Don't you want to come over and sit with the boys? Those children? They're so young. Gee, I wish I was sophisticated like you, Babs. Your friend you're waiting for, is it somebody new? Well, yes, it might be. An older man? 20? Well, not a child, definitely. Gee, I wish I knew some older men. The real masculine type with 5 o'clock shadow. The only kind I ever meet have peach fuzz. Well, good luck, Babs.
Excuse me.
Oh, excuse me.
Did you see Babs Riley around here?
Oh, Babs?
Yeah.
Sure, she's right over there in that corner booth. Oh!
Anything the matter?
You must be the friend she's expecting.
Friend? I'm a lot more than that to her, little lady.
Oh. Oh, excuse me.
Now, where did she say Babs was? Oh, yeah, there she is. Excuse me, but your face is familiar. Didn't we meet in Monte Carlo, or could it be the Riviera? Or was it Ocean Park?
Daddy, what are you doing
Well,
here?
I just thought I'd drop in and treat you to a soda, honey. Hey, garçon. Yeah, what do you have? 2 milkshakes for me and my steady girlfriend here.
Daddy.
Oh, don't look so surprised. I know how you kids talk. I'm right up there with you Bobby stockings.
Bobby Sock.
Well, that's what I said. Don't worry, I'm a real square. Hey, this is fun. Call over some of the other kids, Babs. I'll hand them a few laughs. I brought my badge along.
What badge?
Well, this one. You see what it says? Chicken Inspector. You want a next?
Daddy, please put that away.
Yeah, I guess it's a little too spicy for you kids.
Why did you come here, Daddy?
Well, I figured it was time that you and me got closer together, Babs. You're at the age where you need a father's advice. Now, I was reading about a young girl your age a couple of weeks ago. I forget where I read it, but anyway, this girl went for a ride on Mulholland Drive in a purple Chevy convertible with this UCLA student.
Daddy, you've been reading my diary again.
So that's where I read it.
Now I know why you're here. You don't trust me.
But, Patsy, that's not true.
You came to spy
Now,
on me.
wait a minute, Babs. That's no way to talk to me.
I'm 17 and I refuse to be hounded like a common criminal.
Now, just a minute, Babs. I'm the one who's paying the bills, and I'm entitled to some respect.
2 milkshakes.
And as long as I'm footing the bills, you listen to me.
That'll be 52 cents with tax.
52 cents. Okay, bud. So just remember that as long as you have to come to me for money, you better... Babs, can you lend me 52 cents?
Hello, Helene. Audrey? Helene, you'll have to promise not to tell another living soul. But wait till you hear about Babs Riley.
What? A boy?
A man. An older man.
No.
Yes. They just this minute walked out of the malt shop together.
No.
Yes. And Helene, guess who paid for their checks?
He did?
She did.
No.
Yes. Oh, isn't it just too unbearably exciting? Oh, but Helene, swear you won't breathe a solitary word.
Oh, I won't. I'd rather die. Audrey, hang up. I want to call Betty.
And Betty, I understand on very good authority that he's horribly distinguished looking, tall and suave.
No.
Yes. And this person saw them having cocktails. And who do you think was paying? Babs.
No.
Yes. But remember, Betty, I only told you because you took a solemn oath you wouldn't let it go any further.
Oh, I won't, Helene. You know I never talk. Would you hang up, Lane? I want to make a call.
And I know for a positive fact that they were seen spending the whole evening at Ciro's drinking champagne.
No.
Yes, he's a Cary Grant type, only much more good-looking and a gigolo. And this person from whom I got the information knows for a positive fact that this has been going on for weeks.
Weeks?
Definitely weeks. Audrey, aren't you interested?
Oh, yes, Betty. Well, certainly I'm interested. Only I thought I was the only one who knew about them.
Pop, may I ask you something?
If it's for a tea dance, ask Marilyn.
Oh, it's not that. I just want to know, is there any time you should repeat gossip?
Never.
What, no matter who it's about?
Makes no difference. Anyone who gossips is a weasel. There's nothing lower. Unless it's the one who listens to the weasel, and he's a skunk. Does that answer your question, son?
Yeah, I guess you're right, Pop. I didn't believe it about Babs anyway.
Babs? What about Babs?
Well, it's just gossip.
Well, what is it?
Well, you said not to repeat it.
Never mind what I said. Do as I say. Tell me.
But you just said anybody who listens to gossip is a skunk.
All right, so hold your nose and tell me.
Pop, I wouldn't feel right repeating it.
Junior, you gotta tell me, huh?
Well, maybe if you give me 50 cents, I'd feel better.
What? You're offering to sell me the information for 50 cents? I never thought I'd live to see the day when my own son would sell his self-respect for a measly 50 cents.
Well, I guess you're right, Pop. Maybe it isn't enough. Make it $1.
Why, you... It's a losing fight here.
Oh, thanks.
Now tell me, what about that?
Well, I heard Babs is going around with an older man.
What? Who told you?
Well, it's all over the neighborhood. They say this older man...
How old?
Is...
21, 22?
Well, no, 40.
40? An old fossil. No wonder she didn't want me to spy on her. What does he look like? Fat, bald?
Well, they say he looks sort of like Cary Grant.
Cary Grant? That double-crosser. How could he? And him with that sweet Myrna Loy. And that new dream house of theirs.
It isn't Cary Grant. He just looks like him.
Oh.
And he's a gigolo, they say. Babs is always picking up the check at Ciro's.
Ciro's?
They're there every night drinking champagne.
Champagne? So that's where the $1 a week I give her goes. Oh, my poor little Patsy. She'll be the talk of the town.
Oh, now, Pop, it's only gossip. It'll die down.
No, it won't. Every big mouth in town will go around repeating it. Where's your mother? I gotta tell her. Hey!
Well, I'll scout around, Pop, and see what I can pick up.
Yeah, go ahead, son. And remember, money's no object. Hey!
What's all the noise?
Hey, what do you think your daughter is up to?
Oh, now she's my daughter.
What would you say if I told you that your daughter is going out with Cary Grant?
Ask her if he has a friend for me.
Egg, this is serious.
Oh, you believe she's going out with Cary Grant?
Not with Cary Grant. He just looks like Cary Grant. He's an older man, over 40.
Oh, nonsense.
But it ain't nonsense. I'm telling you our little Babs is in danger. I know that type.
Not you know.
I may not be educated, but I know more about men than you do. I used to be a man myself before I got married.
Calm down. I don't believe there's a word of truth in all this. But we'll talk to Babs about it.
Yeah, you bet we will. I ain't going to stand for no daughter of mine.
Hi, Daddy. Hello, Mother.
Uh-huh. Just the person I want to see.
Well, what about?
What's the name of this older man that you're going around with? Answer yes or no.
What man?
Oh, don't try to play innocent. You were seen. I got a report.
Daddy, you were spying on me again.
Okay, I admit it. Now you admit it.
I don't admit anything. I'm 17 and I absolutely refuse to be spied on.
Babsy, don't get all worked up.
I'm old enough to know what's right and wrong, and even if I did go out with an older man, that's my affair.
Now wait, Babs.
I don't care to discuss it.
She gets more like you every day.
That's right. Blame me.
No, I ain't blaming you, Dumpling. It's my fault that she's interested in older men.
Now, we don't know that she is.
Yes, we do. Look how she acted. It's all my fault. You were right. I wasn't a good father to her.
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
But it's psychology. I was reading it in a book on the bus last week. This book is by a big-shot psychologist, Sigmund Freud. And it said, young girls seek the company of older men as a substitute for the companionship of her father, and the result is...
The result's what?
I don't know. That's where the guy with the book got off the bus. But it's enough for me to go on.
Now, look. We'll talk to Babs this evening.
No. Talking won't do no good. It'll only egg her on. There's only one thing. I've got to be a better father. A real companion.
Well, that won't do any harm.
We'll be pals. I'll make her forget this gigolo. I don't care how tall and handsome and debonair he is. When she compares him to me, she... What a revolting development this is.
Prell will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in just a minute.
There's a radiant air about your hair when you use Prell.
Yes, there's a radiant air about your hair when you use Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. You'll be truly amazed how radiant Prell leaves hair the very first time you use it. That's because Prell leaves hair more gloriously radiant than any soap shampoo you've ever used, cream or liquid, with no dulling soap film. Prell brings out the natural, attractive highlights of your hair, leaves it soft and smooth, shining with radiance. Your hair is easy to set, easy to manage for days after your Prell shampoo. And Prell washed hair is radiantly clean hair, too, Because with Prel, there's no worry of unsightly dandruff. Yes, Prel removes such dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. So prove to yourself how radiantly beautiful your hair can be. Try Prel.
P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
Try Prel tomorrow. And now back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. As part of his campaign to divert Babs from the mysterious and handsome older man in her life, Riley has taken his daughter rowing in Los Angeles Westlake Park.
Oh, this is fun, huh, Babsy?
Daddy, why did you take me rowing?
Well, I told you, Babs, I just want to get closer to you.
How much longer are we going to stay out?
We just left the dock. Oh, there's nothing like rowing. Great exercise. Out here under the blue sky in the open air. I could go on like this forever. And when you get tired rowing, I'll take over.
All right. Let's stay out a little while longer.
This is just like old times. Remember when you were only 3 years old, we'd go rowing on the lake in Prospect Park? Of course, I didn't let you row then.
No, Mother did the rowing.
She did not.
She did so. You always got seasick.
Me seasick on a dinky little lake like this? Don't make me laugh. Babsy, don't rock the boat.
I'm not rocking it. That was just a ripple from another rowboat.
These maniacs.
Are you sure you feel all right, Dad?
Don't worry about old Skipper Riley. I'm a regular old salt. Oh, blow the man down, boys. Oh, blow the man down.
Oh, I'm hungry. I think I'll eat one of the sandwiches Mother made for me.
Blow the man down, boys. Oh, Babs, sit in the middle of the boat.
I am.
I sort of took it a little. Oh, blow the man down, boys. Oh, blow the man down.
Want a sandwich? Sardines?
Blow the man down, boys.
I'll put some mayonnaise on it.
Oh, blow the man down, boys.
Oh, Daddy, you're as white as a sheet. Are you sick?
Me? I never felt better in my life. Oh, blow the man down, boys. Oh, blow the man.
Here's some pickles.
Oh, blow. Oh. I'm dying. Man the lifeboat.
Oh, Daddy, here, lie down in the bottom.
Oh.
Here, put this pillow under your head. I'll row to shore.
Oh, I'll never make it. I'll have to be buried at sea. Oh, Babsy, darling.
Oh, Babs. Oh, hi, Audrey.
Who's that?
A friend of mine.
Oh, Babsy, hold my head.
Having a good time, Babs? Oh, yes. Wonderful. Just wonderful. You feeling better, dear?
Oh.
Here, put your head in my lap.
Well, if you're not going to introduce me, goodbye.
Oh, Audrey, wait.
Never mind her, Babs. Row to the shore. Oh, from now on, I'm staying away from water. I just ain't built like Esther Williams.
Hello, Helene.
Audrey?
Helene, guess the latest about Babs Riley.
Didn't see her again out with him.
Yes.
No, where were they?
Rowing. And Helene, Babs was doing the rowing, and he had his head in her lap, calling her darling and everything.
No.
Yes. And she refused to even introduce me. Just said they were having a perfectly wonderful time and rowed away.
No.
Yes. Oh, isn't it the most positively thrilling escapade you ever heard of?
Did you say they were in a speedboat, Helene?
Oh, no, a small cruiser. It must have been given to him by some other woman.
No.
Yes. They say he's positively hypnotic, like Cary Grant, only he has a torso that's even more so. And Audrey, I happen to know definitely that the two of them were sighted off Catalina in his yacht, outward bound. Outward bound, Audrey, in all its implications.
No. Oh, golly,
Riley, will you be able to eat something today?
Yeah, I think so. My stomach is a little more settled.
Oh, you haven't eaten a thing in 2 days.
Yeah, well, I'll try. Just let's not talk about it, Peg. Don't say anything to remind me of it.
Don't worry, I won't.
As far as I'm concerned, it's so much water under the bridge.
Oh, for heaven's sake, lie down. I never saw such a man. How anybody can get seasick in a rowboat.
Well, I got a weak stomach.
It's all in your mind.
I got a weak mind, too.
Oh, Riley.
Well, I don't care how sick I am. It was worth it. By now, Babs has forgotten all about this gigolo.
If there ever was a gigolo.
There was. Don't worry. And I'd do it all over again. Even though for a while there on that boat, I thought I was ready for Digger Odell, the Undertaker.
Here I am, ready or not.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Yes, it is I indeed. I rang, but evidently you didn't hear me.
No, we got a dead battery.
My deepest sympathy.
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Odell?
No, thank you. This is not a social call. I bring bad news.
Bad news?
I wasn't going to tell you the whole story. You know me. I always let a man down easy. But in this case, you're entitled to know the complete, unvarnished truth.
About what, Mr. Odell?
The scandalous behavior of your daughter.
Bad?
I'm not one to carry tales. Down at my place, we have a strict rule. Anything you pick up, keep it under cover. But in this case, I feel I must speak.
Digger, tell me, what did you hear?
Your daughter Babs is cavorting about town with an elderly bounder.
Yeah, we know that.
Did you also know she visited him aboard his palatial yacht?
Oh, Peg, it's still going on. I didn't stop it.
Oh, I just can't believe it. Where did you hear this story?
From one of my customers.
Your customer, and he talked?
This one did. He's an ILP customer. Installment layaway plan. You make a small deposit now, and we make a large deposit later.
Oh, but it can't be true. It can't.
Well, you heard Digger. He wouldn't lie. Peg, we got to have this out with Babs once and for all. A showdown. And this time she better confess. Babs, come in here.
Now, wait, Riley. I won't have you persecuting that girl on account of a silly rumor.
Now, Peg, I know what I'm doing.
Hey, Pop.
I ain't got no time for you now, Junior. I got business to settle with Babs. Babs!
Yeah, but this is about Babs. I dug up a witness.
Good lad. I have a job for you anytime you're ready.
This girl saw Babs with this man.
Uh-huh. Now we got it. Now will you believe it, Peg? Babs, come in here right away.
I'm coming.
Junior, where's this witness?
Outside.
Good. When I whistle, bring her in.
What's all this about a witness?
Please, stay out of this, Babs. This is no concern of yours.
Daddy, what's all the commotion?
Sit down in that chair. Digger, get that bridge lamp. Shine that light in her face.
Oh, Riley. Will you stop this crazy nonsense?
It ain't nonsense. I'm handling this just like they do in Scotland Yard. You bring everybody together in the same room, and somebody's got a crack.
I think somebody's cracked already.
Okay, now the case is open and nobody leaves until I close it.
Bully for you. I never leave until I close the case.
Daddy, what's this all about?
Babs, I'm giving you your last chance. You still deny that you've been going around with this gigolo on his yacht?
Gigolo? Well, I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, trying to braze it out, huh? Okay, now I'm playing my ace in the hole.
Oh, Riley.
Stay out of this, Peg.
Here she is, Pop. Come in, Audrey. This is Audrey.
Hi, Babs. Audrey.
Don't coach the witness.
Oh!
Audrey, there's a sneaky, handsome rat that's been seen around with Babs. Tell me, who is this rat?
It's you.
Uh-huh. You hear that, Peg? I'm the rat. You hear that? I'm the rat. I'm the rat?
Yes. I saw you with Babs in the drugstore.
But the man on the yacht.
I didn't see anybody on a yacht. I just saw you in the rowboat at Westlake Park.
But I'm Babs' father.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. How do you think Babs feels?
But Junior, it was me all the time.
Oh.
Ho, ho, ho.
This is all your fault, Audrey.
My fault?
You had no right going around spreading rumors that Babs was seen with a handsome man who looked like Cary Grant when all the time it was... Well, I guess anybody could have made that mistake.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. When you want to look your best, does unsightly dandruff spoil your appearance? Then it's Prell for you. Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Yes, Prell is one shampoo especially designed to leave hair both radiantly lovely and radiantly clean. For in as little as 3 minutes from the time you first apply Prell, its fast work removes those ugly dandruff flakes. Doctors' examinations proved it. In most cases, even stubborn dandruff was controlled by only 2 Prell shampoos a week. Prell's economical, too. It goes farther than any known shampoo, cream, or liquid because it's more concentrated. Try it yourself. Get Prell.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
And another thing,
But,
Riley.
Peg, why blame me? It's all Audrey's fault. She thought I looked like a handsome Cary Grant type.
Oh, that girl must be a half-wit.
Now, just a minute. There happens to be a very strong resemblance. I have a cleft just like Cary.
Yes, but his is in his chin. You've got yours in your forehead.
Well, I happen to have a very low forehead.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for more radiant hair free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Oh, I wish I could keep all my lovely new lingerie lovely longer.
Don't just wish, keep them safe in snow. Yes, safe in wonderful Ivory Snow. Your lovely lingerie can stay lovely longer with Ivory Snow Care. Your hands will tell you why. Wash dishes with Ivory Snow as millions do. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know that Ivory Snow's extra kind of fine washables. Ivory Snow is so mild, so pure, so safe, and speedy, too. It's the only soap, both Ivory mild and granulated for efficiency. There's no other soap like Ivory Snow. Yes, lovely washables can stay lovely longer with... That's right, wonderful Ivory Snow.
This is Ken Niles reminding you to listen again next Friday when Procter & Gamble brings you a full hour of entertainment. First, Red Skelton, and then The Life of Riley.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
No? Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the old fellow's dream castle came tumbling down about their heads yesterday when Mr. Wadsworth Tiffin of the Orkney Construction Company pointed out that Mousie's Wonderful World apartment project wouldn't work. The big trouble now is that Squire Skimp's friend, Gregory W.W. Dobbs, has a check of theirs for $1,200, with which he is supposed to be buying lumber. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum has just come in. Listen.
Well, what'd you find out, Lum? Did Dick Huddleston tell you anything?
Yeah, and it ain't good news neither, Abner.
It ain't, huh?
No, appears like me and you are just out $1,200. Dick says that check we give Mr. Dobbs is good.
Yeah, but I'll never sign my signatures on that.
Well, he says that don't matter, though.
Huh?
Joint account don't mean we both got to sign the check after all. It just means that either one of us can put our name on a check, and that makes it legal.
Well, wait, though. We ain't exactly out that much money, Lum. Don't forget, we've got $1,200 worth of lumber coming. That's what Mr. Dobbs is going to do with it, buy lumber.
Yeah, but what can we do with that much lumber? Besides, it was bought in Mr. Dobbs' name, so it actually belongs to him.
Does it?
No, and our only hope now, according to Dick, is to get in touch with the bank at the county seat, and if the check ain't come through yet, tell them to cancel it.
Well, I don't get in touch with the bank. Go ahead, get on the phone right now, Lum.
Well, we got to wait till the bank opens. They don't open till 10 o'clock in the morning. Is it 10 o'clock yet?
Why, sure, 7 minutes after.
For goodness sakes, I better call right away.
Yeah, get them on the phone, get this thing straightened out right now before it's too late.
I'm afraid we're too late already, though. Mr. Dobbs has had a couple of days to get to the lumber company and order... hello, Mamie? This is Lum Abner, and I want you to call the back... Huh? Oh, I'm fine, Mamie. I want to get in touch with the back... Oh, Abner's fine, too.
Yeah.
Listen, Mamie, I want to call the bank at the county seat. Yes, Mom. I don't know. Just a minute. I'll ask Abner. How's Elizabeth, Abner?
She's fine.
She's fine. Now, hurry up with that call, Mamie. It's important.
That's a new subject to play.
Oh, I reckon little Pearl's fine, too.
Yeah, she skinned her knee a little bit yesterday, but she's all right.
Skinned her knee a little. Get the call now, Mamie. Granny, it's getting harder every day to make a long-distance call with all them questions Mamie keeps asking you.
Yeah. Dog, I reckon she gets awful lonesome sitting there staring at them wires all day long, Never sees nobody.
Say, that reminds me, we ain't saw Squire since he went away with Mr. Dobbs the day we give him the check.
No.
Reckon Squire's back in town yet?
Well, I don't know. I talked to his woman last night, and she said she didn't know when.
Hello? Is this the bank speaking? Well, I'd like to talk with that light-haired teller. In the first cage. Yeah, that's the one, Jenkins. I couldn't recollect his name.
Ask him about the check, Lum.
Well, I ain't got hold of the right fellow yet.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Jenkins. This is Lum Abner. Yeah, me and Abner's got a joint account with the bank there. Abner Peabody. Yeah, that's it. Pine Ridge. Well, look, we read a check on that account, and we want to know if it's come through yet. It's Mr. Gregory W. Dobbs. $1,200. More than likely they've been endorsed by a lumber company.
Has it come through yet, Lum?
He's going to look it up. What's that, Mr. Jenkins? Well, no, we don't know Mr. Dobbs very good, but all we know is that he's a big building contractor.
Yeah.
He is. Well, I do know. Are you sure about that? Well, I'll sworn to goodness. Yeah, I'll hold the phone. You look up the check. Hey, Granny, Abner, did you hear that?
No, I ain't on the phone.
If that don't beat the bugs up.
What'd he say?
He said Mr. Dobbs weren't no builder at all.
Nothing
but a no-good bum that hangs around town there. Been arrested for being a pickpocket 1,000 or 100 times.
For the land's sake.
And on top of that, he says he's a inebriate.
Inebriate?
I believe that's what he called it.
Well, I don't know. To look at him, you never would have known he was a foreigner, would you?
No, sir, you never would. Never had no accent. Hello? Oh, it's come through, huh? Well, what lumber company endorsed it? Maybe we can write to them and cancel the order.
Yeah, that's a thing to do, yeah.
It's what? He did. Well, I'll be dead blamed. Well, is there any way we could get that back? Well, all right, Mr. Jenkins. I reckon we found out what we wanted to know. Yes, sir. Well, much obliged anyway. All right. Goodbye. Sworn to goodness.
What's the matter now?
Mr. Dobbs never went to no lumber company. He just endorsed that check over to Squire, and Squire deposited it in the bank under his own name.
Why, that snake in the weeds.
And the worst part about it is that there ain't no way we can get that money back. The check's done gone through, and everything's legal.
My dog his eyes have feared all the time Squire was up to something like this on him.
Yeah, we ought never have taken his word about that Mr. Dobbs. We ought to investigated him ourselves.
Of course we have.
Come to think about it, He never appeared to know much about the building business, did he?
Well, I know all he done was smoke our cigars and look at the plans upside down and say, great, great. That's all he said, great, great.
Yeah, now that I think about it, if he was actually a builder, he would have saw right away that Mousie's plan never would have worked.
Why, of course he would.
Never taken that Mr. Wadsworth Kiffin but about 2 seconds to figure out they wouldn't have nobody to sell all them houses to.
Yeah, I wish he wouldn't have saw that so quick. Then we could have sold him the plans for that $50,000 this company was offering.
Well, that wouldn't be right, though, Abner. Can't sell a feller something that ain't worth nothing at all. Ain't worth.
I reckon not. But if Mousie's plan had have been good, well, we'd have sure had all the money. Oh, wait a minute. Look out there. Look who's coming up there, Lum.
Well, I'll be Squire Skimp.
Yeah, look how he's strutting and swinging that cane. Yeah. That's all the way he does when he's up to something. My doggies will put a stop to that. I'll tell him a couple of things, the snake in the weed.
Well, now, wait, Abner. Don't do nothing rash. Just let him do the talking, because we don't want him to find out what we know about Mr. Dobbs and what we done with the check and all.
Well, we ain't going to let him keep it, are we?
No, but it's going to take a heap of studying to figure out some way to get it away from him.
Yeah.
If we can.
Yeah.
Right out, here he comes.
Now, howdy, Squire.
Yeah, come on in, Squire.
Well, gentlemen, wonderful world.
Yeah, ain't it, though?
Well, I have some good news for you, Lum. The lumber has all been ordered and paid for. And it won't be long now before we'll be breaking ground for the first apartment building.
It won't, huh?
Oh, no. The foundation is the next thing to work on, and so WW wants you to make out a check for the cement and sand and other materials necessary for this part of the construction, Lum.
Oh, Mr. Dobbs wants another check, does he?
Yes. Now, WW figures that by using his influence, he can purchase sufficient materials for only $2,000. How he can get it for such a low figure, I don't know. A financial wizard at WW. Yes, indeed, a financial wizard. Now, if you'll just make out the check, Lum.
Well, Squire, I don't believe we're going to build them Wonderful World apartments after all.
What's that? Not going to build them?
No, we ain't, Squire. See, there was a fella in here yesterday. He was from some construction company in Chicago, I believe he said, and he wanted to buy this apartment plan for $50,000.
$50,000?
Yes, sir. He even had a certified check all made out to it.
Well, I do know. Have you sold it to him yet, Lum?
Of course not. See, this fella got to figuring out.
Abner, let me explain this.
Oh.
I believe I got a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
You see, Squire, we couldn't sell it to him on account of Mr. Dobbs had already bought the lumber, and so natural we'd have to go ahead and use the plan ourselves.
Oh, I see. This construction man wanted to buy the exclusive rights to the plan.
Oh, yeah. Now, you want exclusive rights?
Yes, well, now, wait a minute now, Lum. Just a second ago, you said you weren't going to build the apartment.
Well, I mean that we wouldn't build them if we could get out of it.
Oh.
There's some way we could get our money back from that lumber, but, of course, I reckon it's too late for that, huh?
Well, no. I believe that can be arranged, Lum. I tell you what I'll do. I'll talk to the lumber company about that as soon as I can.
You can use our phone call from right here, right away.
Yes, well, you see, Lum, the lumber company's awful busy these days. They hate to be bothered with phone calls. I'll be going in the county seat this afternoon. I'll take it up with them when I get in there.
Well, why don't you give us a check for the $1,200, Squire, and then you can get it back from the lumber company?
Well, no, I can't very well do that, Lum. What if a lumber company won't give me back the money?
Well, I'll call them right now and find out. What's the name of the company?
Well, now, Lum, here now. Perhaps your idea is the best, Lum. Now that I think about it, yes, I'll give you a check for that amount. You sure now that I can tell her that you can sell these plans for $50,000?
The feller's got a certified check all made out.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the best thing to do. And let's see, where's my fountain pen?
Here it is. You left it in here the other day when we had the meeting with Mr. Dobbs.
Oh, yes, good.
You left your blotter, too. That wanted I signed by mistake when I thought I was signing the check there, too, Squire.
Abner, hey, Shep. Don't bother Squire when he's writing there.
Oh.
Squire, Skimp. There you are, Lum. Now, of course, there's one thing more, Lum. I don't know whether you're familiar with the law or not, but it's not legal for you to sell a construction plan of any kind without being a registered real estate man.
Oh, I never knowed that, Squire.
Of course, now I can handle this for you, Lum. That is, if I could show legal ownership of the plan, just long enough to make the deal, you understand.
Well, I don't know, Squire. How do we know we'd get anything out of it, though, if you was the owner?
Oh, tut. You know me better than that, Lum. But just to show my good faith, I'll give you the receipt. Let me look at my wallet here. See, 10, 20, 30, 40, 60... Here, $75 cash to show my good faith.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Abner, hand Squire them plans that Mousy drawed up.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, thank you, Abner. Now, what's the name of this construction man, Lum?
Wadsworth Kiplin. He's with the Orkney Construction Company of Chicago.
Yes, Orkney. Well, I'll get right on this, yes, indeed, and I'll report back to you gentlemen just as soon as possible. Well, so long, man.
So long, Squire. He thinks he's bought himself something, don't he?
Mom, I thought you said it weren't right to sell a feller something that ain't worth nothing.
Abner, there's an exception to all rules. And Squire Skimp is the exception to every rule I ever heard of.
Andy, you know what that music says?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you transcribed The Amos and Andy Show. Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Hal March, Joe Kearns, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Charles Correll. You know, I've had a lot of fun this week planning my Christmas shopping right in my own easy chair. I did it with the Rexall Christmas color ad. And believe me, those sponsors of ours not only save you money, they save you shopping time with wonderful ads like this. Be sure to see it in the current issues of Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Well, the Kingfisher's wife, Sapphire, has had a job for quite some time. She's in charge of over 30 stenographers at a large mail-order house over on Lenox Avenue. Mr. Parker, the manager of the mail-order house, has closed up the place from Friday till Tuesday because of the holidays. But this morning, on the first day of her vacation, Sapphire came down with a cold.
Oh, Mama, just look at me. My eyes is all watering and bloodshot. My lips is chapped and my cheeks is all hollow.
Oh, yes, Sapphire. That's a terrible cold you got.
Hey, what's going on in here?
George, just take a look at Sapphire.
Yeah, say, Sapphire, what have you done to yourself? I ain't never seen you looking so good.
George, I got a cold. I think I caught a virus when me and Mama was out in the rain last week.
And I can't understand why I don't have it.
Well, Mama, there ain't no virus in the world that could get through that blubber of yours. That would be like trying to torpedo the USS Missouri. You was both pretty well pontooned around the waterline there.
Oh, George, I just feel terrible. I'm sick. I won't be able to go down to the office today.
Oh, the office? I thought that Mr. Parker, your boss there, done closed the place for 3 days, give everybody a sabbatical leave.
Well, George, we got over 32 typewriters down there, and while we closed up, he wants me to send them out and have them cleaned and overhauled. I don't know what I'm going to do. Mr. Parker's going to be mad at me because he's a nut on efficiency.
There's only one thing to do. George is going to have to go down to the mail order house and send out them typewriters for you.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't going to do that.
George, you sent them out to the Acme typewriter service.
I still ain't going to do it.
George, Mr. Parker gave me the money to pay for them, $320 in cash.
I'll be delighted to take the job.
That's better, George. Now, here's the money. Tell the Acme company to have them typewriters back the first thing Tuesday morning.
$320 in cash. Look at that money there. That's a roll that would choke a horse.
Choke a horse? Well, watch your step, native dancer, and don't start nibbling on it.
Well, Well, Kingfish, we got most of these typewriters out here in the main office.
Yeah, thank you for helping me lug them out there, Andy. Getting them all in one pile here. Sorry I ain't been able to help you more with the lifting, but I got a little trouble with my back, you know.
Oh, you got the backache?
Yeah, I got what is known in medicinal circles as no-liftitis. Doctor told me that I can't pick up nothing heavier than a cigar butt, that's all.
Yeah, well, this is the last of the typewriters, Kingfish.
Yeah, put it right down there.
Yeah, I don't mind helping you, because I ain't seen much of you lately, you know.
Yeah, well, I can explain that to you, and you see, we is on different social levels now.
We is, huh?
Yeah, it don't behooves a man with a steady working wife to mingle with the soup kitchen and the flop house set. I got to hoove myself in the upper brackets like I is, you see.
Well, now that we got all the typewriters out here, who is this company you got to call up to have them cleaned and overhauled?
The Acme Typewriter Service, and they're kind of expensive, though. They charge $10 a typewriter.
Yeah. Say, that $320 show is a pile of money.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, man, I ain't seen that much green stuff since the night my gal got mad at me and hit me in the face with a Caesar salad.
Well, I better call up the Acme and have them come over here and get...
Hey, wait a minute. Somebody at the door. I thought the office was closed up here.
Yeah, I wonder who that could be. Not going to let him in. Yeah, sir, can I help you?
How do you do? How do you do?
No.
I'm a representative of the Jim Dandy Typewriter Service. Now, I hear on the grapevine that you have some typewriters to be cleaned.
Yeah, they're going out to the Acme company. They're going to clean them, overhaul them.
Well, it's a fine company, neighbor. Nothing wrong with the Acme company.
No.
I like the way they get back on their feet every time they go bankrupt. How much they charging you?
Well, they're only going to charge $10 a typewriter.
$10? Oh, that is high. Tell you what, my friend, you know, I like you.
No.
I think I could shave our price to $7.
Yeah, well, I don't have nothing to do with it.
I could shave it to $5.
Yeah, well, like I say, my wife, excuse me a minute, Mother. I want to talk to my friend here, my businessman. Miss Brown, come over here in my office. Will you step right over here?
Yeah. What's the matter, Kingfish? Looking at your forehead there, you done broke out in one of them monetary sweats.
And Sapphire said that the Acme is going to charge $10, and this fellow would do it for $5.
Yeah, I hear that.
Now, I don't know the exact figure on 32 typewriters because I ain't got time to pro-rata the thing, but my instinct tells me that this kind of ratting going to make him mouse himself into a nice piece of cheese here. Let's go back here.
Yeah, come on.
Mister, you said that, cause you like me, you going to shave the price down to $5 a typewriter?
That is right.
Well, as long as we's all lathered up here, I wonder if you could let the thing down to $3.
$3? It's a deal, my friend.
Oh, fine. Now, the only thing is they want the typewriters back Tuesday morning. Can you pick them up today?
Today? If there's no moon, I'll have the boys back the truck up in the alley about 9 o'clock tonight.
Excuse me for protruding here, mister, but you is going to pick up the typewriters at night?
That is right, my friend. That's the way we operate. You'll be surprised how sunlight can kill our business.
And that's $3 a piece. Now, let's see. 3 times 32, I figured that.
To make it easy on you, my friend, I'll make it $150 even.
Oh, thank you, sir. There you is, mister. Yeah. $150. There you is.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. We'll pick them up later.
Yeah, wait just a minute now. In case I want to get in touch with you, where can I reach you?
Want to get in touch with me? Well, I'll just write my number here on this slip of paper. There you are. Just call any time after 10 and ask for Sam.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sam. Thank you very much. Pleasure to do with business with you. Good day.
Good day.
Nice fella.
Yeah. I wonder how come he wiped off the doorknob with his handkerchief on the way out.
Well, he's just probably superstitious, Andy. Oh, boy, look at that. Sapphire gave me $320 to get the typewriters clean, and I'm getting it done for $150.
Yeah, boy, that's some saving. Sapphire's going to be proud of you. That's going to be a nice packet for her boss, Mr. Parker, to pocket.
Andy, you say something about somebody pocketing the packet?
Yeah, Mr. Parker.
Well, there's going to be some pocketing around here, but Pocket the packet is going to be pocketed. It ain't the same pocket that I think the packet is going to be pocketed in the first place.
What you getting at? What
Well, to sum it up, Andy, when this whole mess is over, the only thing Mr. Parker is going to have in his pocket is lint. That's what he can have.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. One guaranteed Rexall product, long a favorite with my customers, is Cherasode cough syrup. This balanced formula combines not just one or two, but 12 active ingredients to help quiet coughs and relieve throat irritation caused by colds. Cherasode helps loosen and raise secretions in the throat. Then, the local anesthetic action of a Cherasode ingredient relieves the so-called tickling of the throat. So for those irritating spells of coughing caused by simple colds, have a bottle of Rexall Cherasode on hand. That's spelled Cherrosote, Cherasode cough syrup. Available at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
Yes, and I made $170 profit on that typewriter deal. Pulled a smart one, didn't I, boy? That's why I'll never be the wiser.
Yeah, well, I don't want to upset you none, Kingfish, but that fella Sam that picked up the typewriters with his truck, I was a little suspicious of him. That suit he was wearing, that looked like he got it along with $5 and a handshake from the warden.
You think so, Amos?
Yes, sir. That was a San Quentin herringbone if ever I seen one.
Now that you mention it, Andy, I did notice that Sam and his pal carried them typewriters out in sort of a lockstep, didn't they? Andy, where's the phone?
Are you going to call the police?
Of course not, Andy. We're just going to put in a call for Sam and inquire what time Tuesday he plans to deliver the typewriters back here. Phone call like that, put our minds at ease.
Yeah, mind at ease. That's what we need. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you make the call, Andy. All this talk about typewriters here... Don't give me the Underwood twitch here. Look at me.
You want me to call Sam, huh?
Yeah, here's the number right here on the slip of paper he gave us. I keep it in my pocket.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, here he is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little phone call, put our minds at ease,
Sure will. Wait a minute, there's answering. Hello? I'd like to speak to Sam. What's that? Hold the phone.
What's not, Andy?
He said ain't no Sam there.
Andy, tell him you want Sam, the typewriter man.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Hey, mister, I want to speak to Sam, the typewriter man. What's that? Hold the phone.
What's not, Andy?
Listen, this is Schultz's Delicatessen store. The man say he got ham, spam, jam, and lamb, but he ain't got no Sam.
Wait a minute. You was messing this thing up. Let me have the telephone there.
Okay, here you is.
Hello? Is this Atwater 471? Good. Now, why is you telling my friend that you is Schultz the Delicatessen when you know that you is the Jim Dandy typewriter company? Hold the phone.
What's the matter?
The man done swore at me in German.
Kingfish, when did this phone call start putting our minds at ease? That's what I want to know.
Hello, Mr. Schultz. Is you there? Mr. Schultz, is you sure that among the salami and the pastrami and the smoked herring, you ain't got no Sam around somewhere? He's a short fellow with a scar on his face. So what's that? Well, did he come round? He just come down and used the phone? He left yesterday? What? Then took a quick trip to Mexico with a truck full of typewriters? Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. If I was ever in the market for some sauerbraten, I'll call on you.
That Jim Dandy man is a crook, huh?
Oh, me, Andy. You know what? The fella done went off with 32 typewriters from the mail order house.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do, Kingfish?
Andy, there's only one thing I can do. I'm going to go home and get that $170, and I'm going to get out of town before Sapphire and Mama find out what I done.
Yeah, that's the stuff. Where's the money now?
Well, I got it hid in my super secret hiding place in the back bedroom up at the apartment. So long, boy. I'll write you from California. It's either this or jail.
Yeah, well, be careful, Kingfish, because if Sapphire and that bulldog mama of hers ever find out what you done, by the time they get through with it, the police is going to be able to book you in 4 different precincts.
Lucky for me that nobody's home. Now to get that $170 from my secret hiding place. Sapphire see me in this back room, though, she's going to get suspicious. Well, first I'll move the dresser out of the way. Now I'll pull up this carpet where it's tacked down. Then I'll pull up this board in the floor here. Now I'll get my hand right under the pipe there and get out the coffee can. There we are. Now I'll take the lid off. No money here. Nothing but this piece of paper. Let me see what it say here. Say, don't tear up the floor. We found it. Signed, Mama. Oh, that horrible woman. She got a nose for money like a hog has for swill. A fella can't even...
There he is in here, daughter. We done caught the weasel red-handed.
All right, George, where'd you get that $170?
Well, the thing is, I know you, would you believe me if I said...
We would not.
George Stevens, where did that money come from?
Well, now, you see, I've been saving it out of my lunch money, and I wanted to buy you a nice Christmas present. It's a little nest egg that I've been sitting on.
Well, you can get off the nest, you old rooster. We used that money to pay the rent this afternoon.
Did you send them typewriters out to the Acme typewriter place like I told you to do?
Well, no, I've been busy, honey. I'm going to do it the first thing in the morning. That's what I'm going to do, yeah.
Well, you better. You want me to lose my job?
Sapphire, I tell you, he's up to something. I don't know what it is, but watch your step, Baldy.
Well, there's only one thing to do. Call the mortuary and have them come up and fit me for that knotty pine top coat. That's it.
I know where you can find more than 70 Christmas gift ideas, all in one big, beautiful ad.
That's the Rexall Christmas color ad in the Current Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
That's right. The Rexall Christmas ad gives 2 full pages of ideas for everybody on your list. For men, you'll find stag toiletries and travel kits, fine leather billfolds, brush and comb sets. And for children, fascinating toys and lifelike dolls and furry animals.
And for lovely ladies, dresser sets and jewelry boxes, Spuntex nylon hosiery, and Delafield and Caranome cologne sets.
You can plan your entire Christmas shopping trip before you take a step with the Rexall Christmas color ad in the Current Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Shop first in the Rexall Christmas ad and save at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Oh, me, somehow I gotta have 32 typewriters down at the mail order house when it opens Tuesday morning. There's only one person left for me to turn to, and that's my lawyer, Algonquin J. Calhoun. And here's his office. Say, Calhoun, can I see you about something?
Well, Kingfish, come on in.
Calhoun, I tried to call you on the phone last night, but you wasn't in. Where was you?
Me? I was up to my new gal's house. Yeah, she's quite a gal, Kingfish. Yeah, she got a hobby, raising dogs. Must have 12 or 14 dogs running around the place.
You do, huh?
Yeah. Last night we was sitting close together on the sofa. I reached over and turned out the light and then reached out for her and give a great big kiss. Man, what a nice warm kiss that was. But she turned the lights on and
there I was kissing a French poodle. French poodle? Yeah, but that didn't stop me. I reached over and turned out the lights again, then reached for her again. Ooh, this time I got a real sweet one. She turned the lights on, and there I was kissing an Irish setter. I didn't quit though, no, sir, man. I must have turned them lights on and off about 5 times before I got around to her. I'm going there again tonight, Kingfish. You is, huh? Yeah, man. There's a lot of good smooching up there. Now, look, Calhoun, what I want to tell you last night is that I is in trouble.
Yeah.
You see, I got mixed up in a crooked deal, and I got to have 32 typewriters by Tuesday morning.
Well, now, let me see here. You know, when my brother was in school, he once got a typewriter free.
Free? How'd he do that?
Well, he only needed it for a month, and so he got a typewriter on a 30-day free trial and then took it back. You know, that's the way they sell typewriters. You read the ads, you know.
30-day free trial. Well, I couldn't, it wouldn't, Calhoun, I think I got a hold of something here.
You know, wait a minute there, Kingfish. Wait a minute. Ain't nobody gonna give you 32 typewriters on no free trial.
That's the only chance I got. There's a big typewriter store over on the boulevard. But I'm gonna need some help. Could you come over there with me, Calhoun?
Not right now, Kingfish. Got something important to do.
Well, what you got to do? I'll get Annie to go with me, I guess. What's so important you can't go?
I got to go see my cousin Murgatroyd.
Murgatroyd, the bebop hipster? Yeah. How is that boy?
Oh, he's fine. He's playing with a band over in the Green Hornet nightclub.
Oh, the Green Hornet?
Yeah, and man, there's something exciting happened up there last night. There's the old Murgatroyd hooked up his electric guitar to one of them high-tension wires by mistake.
High-tension wire?
Yeah, and he didn't even know about it till he started to play. The leader gave the downbeat, and Murgatroyd hit one of them hot licks, and that high voltage knocked him 20 feet in the air.
Holy mackerel, was he hurt?
Not Murgatroyd. He come down off the ceiling, turned to the trombone player and said, "Man, who makes these crazy arrangements?"
Boy, Kingfish, they got a lot of typewriters in this store, ain't they? Look at here.
Yeah, now remember, back me up in everything I say. Here come the man to wait on us now.
Uh-oh. I don't like his looks. He looked like a fellow that once repossessed an Essex car on me.
May I help you?
Well, we was just strolling by, and we happened to notice your sign in the window there, the one that say 30-day free trial on any typewriter. That's the deal on buying a typewriter here, ain't it?
That's right. All our typewriters are sold on that basis.
Fine. We'll take 32 of them.
32?
Yes, sir. We writes a lot of letters.
Well, that free trial is always applied on just one typewriter. I'm afraid we couldn't do it on 32.
Well, why not? What is the difference if one person gets 32 typewriters or if 32 people each get one typewriter?
Well, it's just, well, actually, there's no difference, but I just don't like it.
Well, it's a good deal for you, mister. Think of all the bookkeeping you'll save.
Yeah, not only that, if something goes wrong, you only got one fellow to throw in the clink. You see, you ain't got to jam up the jailhouse with 32 people.
Well, you're right. I'll get the typewriter. Whoops, what happened here?
Now, look, mister, say on the window, a 30-day free trial on any typewriter. Now, we want 32 typewriters.
Well, I guess if that's our offer, we'll have to stick to it. Naturally, we require a $50 deposit on each machine.
Well, now, just a minute here, mister. How can it be a free trial if we going to pay you $50?
But you don't understand. That's just a deposit. At the end of 30 days, if you're dissatisfied with the machines, we'll cheerfully refund your money.
Oh, well, if that's all that's bothering you, you got nothing to worry about. We is dissatisfied right now.
Yeah, that's right. We hates everything in the joint.
Well, look, you can't take the typewriters without the deposit. That way, you'd have the typewriters and we'd have nothing.
Yeah, but at the end of 30 days, when we are satisfied, we're going to bring the typewriters back. Then you're going to have the typewriters, and we're going to have nothing. Ain't that right?
Well, yes.
Well, there you is. Turnabout is fair play.
Yeah, and another thing, you get your nothing now. We got to wait 30 days for ours.
You're going to be happy with nothing in the end. You might as well be happy with it with nothing now.
Of course, you're right. Well, I'll get the typewriters out. Oops, you've done it to me again.
Something wrong, mister? Now, wait a minute.
Now, look, before you fellows go on, I'd like to tell you something. A few years ago, I worked too hard. I had a nervous breakdown. I just went all to pieces. My nerves were so bad, I had the delusion I was a parrot. I had to see a psychiatrist every day for 6 months. But he finally cured me.
Well, that's nice.
But if you two don't get out of here, do you know where I'm going to be at 6 o'clock tonight?
No, sir, where?
Perched on the psychiatrist's couch asking for crackers.
Come on. We got enough trouble without getting messed up with no parrots. Come on.
Well, Andy, you say the kingfish done got out of that typewriter mess, huh?
Oh, yeah, Amos. The kingfish done sold his car, cashed in his insurance policies, and hocked everything he owns. And he got enough money to buy 32 second-hand typewriters.
Oh, me, tell me this. Why didn't he go to the police and report the robbery? He knows the man hangs out around that Schultz's delicatessen. Maybe he got back from Mexico.
Oh, no, Amos. The kingfish can't go to the police. Because then Sapphire had found out that he didn't send him to the Acme Company like he was supposed to.
Yeah, that's right. And, of course, he'd have done what he was supposed to do in the first place. This would have never happened. Where's the kingfish now?
Well, he went on home. It cost him a lot of money, but at least the typewriters is up there now, and when the mail order house opens Tuesday, Sapphire will never know what happened.
Sapphire, dear, I'm home.
You come in here, George Stevens. Me and Mama wants to talk to you.
Yeah, what are you trying to do, you bum? Get my daughter fired?
What do you mean?
We figured something was up when we found that money you was hiding. So I got out of bed and we went down to the mail order house an hour ago.
Yeah, and our suspicions were right.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Yes, you never did send them typewriters out to be cleaned. So Mama and me had to send them out ourselves.
Oh, I think it was something else. You sent them out to the Acme Company, huh?
No, they couldn't take them, George. But I happened to find this name and phone number in your coat pocket. A man named Sam answered, and the Jim Dandy typewriter service picked up the 32 typewriters half an hour ago.
And now, here's a busy modern woman with a sensible beauty secret.
I wonder how many of you have discovered Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. Here in one golden top jar is the only cream you need for complete complexion care. Yes, this single superb cream is a cleansing cream, face cream, night cream, eye cream, throat cream. All creams in one. This rich, deeply penetrating cream was perfected by the world-renowned beauty authority, Ann Delafield, and contains Miss Delafield's own secret formula of precious oils, esters, and cholesterols. Do try this luxurious cream, won't you? Remember, Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is sold exclusively at Rexall drugstores.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, please tell him that Amos and Andy sent you. Thank you, and good night.
See you next Sunday.
If you want to please a man on Christmas, get the Stag gift set.
We men are hoping all you women see the gift sets of Stag toiletries in the Rexall Christmas color ad.
And we all know this 2-page Rexall ad is in the current Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
Your Rexall druggist brings you the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure, Gracie. Pour me a cup.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House coffee time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Chester Morris, yours truly, Toby Reed, B. Benaderet, Bob Bentz, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
As we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie telling George all about a thrilling benefit performance she saw last night.
And then came the best part of all, George. A magic act put on by Chester Morris.
Yeah, I heard that magic was quite a sideline with him.
Oh, he's awfully good, and he's so cute.
Is? And you like him, huh?
Well, the girls in my club voted him the magician they'd most like to be locked in the cabinet with.
I'll bet he'd vote them the women he'd most like to saw in half.
Oh, Chester Morris did that on the show.
Oh, he did?
Oh, and I feel so sorry for that poor woman he sawed in half. She'll have to have all her clothes made over.
Gracie, he didn't really saw the woman.
Oh, yes, he did. I watched him. And I'm glad it wasn't me. You wouldn't want a wife who wasn't all there.
You're wrong, honey. I love you. Look, Gracie, that's just a magician's trick. Orson Welles used to saw Rita Hayworth in half, and it didn't hurt her any, did it?
Well, it certainly did. Poor girl had to leave the country to find a husband. And then even in Europe, she had to find a husband on a dark street.
Dark Street?
Didn't you read the headlines last week? They said, Rita finds perfect mate in alley.
Chester Morris saw his woman in half, remember?
Oh, yes. And another wonderful trick he did. He put a man in a trunk and shut the lid. Then he said a magic word, lifted the lid, and the man in the trunk had turned into a dog.
Gracie, it had a false bottom.
Well, it looked real when its tail wagged.
You wouldn't like to go back to Rita Hayworth?
No.
No, well,
I think I'll learn that magic word. Then if Clara Bagley doesn't stop copying my hats, I'll turn her into a dog.
I've seen Clara Bagley, and somebody beat you to it.
Hey, George, I've got an idea. I'm going to have Chester Morris teach me to be a magician.
What?
Oh, life will be wonderful. No more household drudgery. I'll wave a magic wand, and the floors will be swept, the bed made, and the dishes washed.
Gracie.
Think of the spare time you'll have.
I'll be able to go back to my paper tearing.
Yes. Oh, and another thing. Chester Morris went through the audience taking quarters and $half out of people's ears. With your ears, dear, I can get enough to retire.
Honey.
Oh, it'll be fun being a magician. I think I'll go right over and see him.
Hold it. In the first place, you don't even know Chester Morris.
Well, I feel I know him. We borrowed enough money from his plan.
That's a different Morris.
Oh.
Forget this whole thing. Chester Morris won't show you his magic tricks.
Why not?
They're professional secrets. He would only show them to another magician.
Oh, another magician. Uh-huh. Oh, well, goodbye, dear.
Where are you going?
To the drugstore.
What are you going to get?
Oh, just drugstore stuff. New tires, some furniture. See you later. Hope Mr. Morris is home. Can't wait to learn those...
Yes?
Greetings, Mr. Morris, or as we magicians say, alakazam.
Well, alakazam to you. Well. So you're a magician.
That's right. I'm Gracie the Great. I do all kinds of tricks.
I see. Sleight of hand?
Yes, my feet are small, too. I come over to trade magic secrets with you.
Fine. I could use some new stuff. What have you got?
Oh, what do you need?
Well, all my life I've wanted to learn the Houdini escape trick.
I know it.
You do?
Well, sure. Just put me in a Houdini and watch me escape.
No. Houdini was a man.
Oh. I was just testing you to see if you knew. You meet a lot of phonies in this business.
Yes, you certainly do. I'd like to see some of your tricks.
All right. Got a deck of cards?
Ever see a magician without a deck of cards? Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Now, take a card.
All right. Mind if I shuffle?
You can dance later. Right now, we're trading tricks. Take a card.
Got it.
Look at it.
Okay.
Remember what it is.
I will.
Put it back in the deck.
All right.
There. Now, show me some of your tricks.
Tell me, what's
Tell me that magic word that changes a person into a dog.
The magic word?
Uh-huh.
Well, not so fast. I'd like to find out more about you. Where did you learn magic?
India. Mysterious India.
Oh. Did you go to Calcutta?
Oh, sure. I went to Calcutta and I said, teach me your tricks, Cal.
Yes, I see. Cal must be a fine fellow.
Oh, one of the sweetest Indians who ever smoked a tomahawk.
While you were in India, did you learn the famous Indian rope trick?
Well, naturally.
Well, tell me, is that an occult manifestation or merely a subjective illusion of levitation?
Well, so much for India.
You know something? I don't believe you're a magician.
Oh, but I am. Just this morning I sawed my husband in half. Honestly, I'm a great magician.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is prestidigitation your hobby?
No, I'm married to George Burns.
No, you don't understand. A hobby is something that you like, but it doesn't earn you a living.
That's what I said. I'm married to George Burns.
Now, this proves that you're not familiar with magic. Why, you don't even know what a prestidigitator is.
Oh, yeah? I certainly do. Let's take it by syllables. First is press.
Yes.
Now, that means mashed. Then there's digit, that's a finger or a toe. And tater is what they call potatoes down south. So a prestidigitator is a man from the south who mashes potatoes with his fingers and toes. I certainly don't see what that's got to do with magic.
Now, look, little lady, you're not a magician. You never sawed your husband in half. You've never been to India. You don't know...
I thought I'd find you over here annoying Chester Morris.
Say, who's he?
He's my husband, George Burns.
By golly, I was wrong. You did saw him in half.
Gracie, you head for home while I try to straighten things out with Mr. Morris.
Oh, yes, dear. Goodbye, Mr. Morris.
Alakazam! Won't you step inside, Mr. Burns?
Thanks. I want to apologize for Gracie annoying you.
Oh.
She's always doing these crazy things, and I just can't seem to stop her.
Doesn't she know who's boss in the family?
Yeah, that's why I can't stop her.
She poses as a magician. Why, she even told me she knew Houdini's famous escape trick.
Isn't that horrible?
Yes.
I'd give anything if I could break her of telling these fantastic lies.
So, George, I've got an idea. Now, maybe we can scare her out of that habit.
Gracie doesn't scare easy, Chester. I know her better than you do. I've been sitting across the breakfast table from her for 15 years.
You're right. She doesn't scare easy. But I think I know how to do it. Now, come in the den. You see this trunk?
Yeah.
This is the one I use in my changing a man into a dog act. Now, it has a secret trapdoor in the back. I'll show you. Woof! Woof! Oh, Bosco, you idiot. Get out of there. This is the dog I use in my act, George. He gets in through the trapdoor. Woof!
Let go of me, Pooch. Let go. Let go.
Bosco. Now, run along and play.
Nice kid, that Bosco.
Yeah, now look, George. Here's my idea to scare Gracie.
She claims to know Houdini's escape trick. So I'll lock myself in this trunk, and you tell her if she doesn't get me out, I'll suffocate.
I get it. Then she'll think her lying was responsible for you getting...
That's right, Gracie. I've decided to trade secrets with you.
Oh, now you see, George, I told you he'd do it.
Now, first, I'll get into this trunk.
All right, now get in with you so George can't hear it.
No. He means he'll lock himself in the trunk, and then you get him out with Houdini's escape trick.
Yeah, but, George, I don't...
Now, close the lid, George.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, well, I don't know that trick, George.
You mean you lied?
Oh, yes, you better open that trunk and let him out.
I can't open it. It's got a Yale lock.
Well, get Rudy Valley. He went to Yale.
It's up to you to get him out. And he only has 10 seconds to live.
Oh, well, maybe...
One.
A magic word will open it. Hocus pocus. Abracadabra. Does.
Does?
Well, that does everything.
Seconds are ticking away. 5.
I haven't got any oxygen.
Oh, well, look in your pocket.
6.
Oh, George, you mean when you count 10, he'll really suffocate?
Yes, and it'll all be your fault. 7. 8.
The 3.
That won't help, Gracie. 9.
Goodbye, cruel world. I go to make my appearance for that great vaudeville show in the sky.
10.
I go to that theater up yonder where the stage is a cloud and the curtain is a Milky Way.
10.
I go to join that great cast where every act gets top billing and the applause never stops.
I said 10.
Wait till I finish my scene. Ring up the curtain, stagehand. Let the orchestra begin. Play the overture, musicians. I'm a-comin'. Oh.
Well, Gracie, I'm afraid he's gone.
Oh, I hope not. He'll be terribly disappointed.
What do you mean?
Well, I know musicians, and I don't think there'll be any up yonder.
You go home.
Busting out all over, the hit song from Carousel, and a musical reminder that summer's just around the corner. Time for picnics and eating outdoors. And whether you're cooking at home or over a campfire, here's one thing you'll be looking forward to. The wonderful fragrance, the rich, mellow flavor of truly good coffee. Delicious Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, you know, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Now, what's behind this overwhelming preference for Maxwell House? Simply this: flavor. Heartwarming, good-to-the-last-drop flavor only Maxwell House gives you. And this superb flavor can be attained in just one way: by the blending of many choice coffees, premium varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees, which our Maxwell House experts select with the utmost care and skill. Now, first they choose Manizales for mellowness. Next, Medellins are added for richness. Other fine coffees contribute vigor. And Bucaramangas round out the fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum packed in the familiar blue Maxwell House tin.
And vacuum packing is important.
For air steals the flavor of roasted coffee in ordinary packages, whether it's ground or in the whole bean. But Maxwell House is carefully vacuum-packed, so you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for.
Friends, why not know and enjoy the best in coffee drinking pleasure? Famous Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Well, George, our trick was a success. I think we've cured your wife of telling fibs.
Yeah, we scared the daylights out of her.
Yeah. Now, just to make sure Gracie's cured, let's go over to your house and I'll do a little haunting.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll use a few magic tricks and make her think that my spirit has come back.
Chester, you're a genius.
Oh, no, George, no. A genius is a remarkably brilliant man who has many different talents and who can, say you're right.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, now watch the house, Bosco.
Meanwhile, Gracie, afraid to be alone, has returned to the scene of her presumed crime to look for George.
George? Well, he's gone. And he didn't get poor Mr. Morris out of the trunk. It's still closed. Oh, my goodness. That noise came from the inside of the trunk. Mr. Morris is still alive. Speak to me, Mr. Morris. Speak. Oh, he's caught cold in there. Don't give up. I'll get the trunk open somehow. Frisco, Domino, Changeo. Open sesame. Algazoo. Oh, if this lock would only just... It's unlocked. I can open it. Why, Mr. Morris, you're wearing a fur coat. Oh, no, you're a dog. I must have said the magic word that turns people into dogs. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Morris.
Chester, are you home?
Oh, that must be your wife. She may be a little upset when she finds out she's married to a dog.
Chester!
Now, you wait here. I'll break the news to her as gently as I can. Mrs. Morris?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Burns. Sit down. I want to talk to you about your husband. You love him, don't you?
What are you talking about?
What happened to him shouldn't happen to a man.
Oh, tell me, has he been hurt?
No, he's fine. It's just that your life will be a little different now.
Different? How?
Well, you won't have to cook your husband's meat. Just give it to him raw.
Give Chester raw meat?
With kibble on the side. Tell me, do you like to snuggle on the sofa with him?
Yes, why?
Well, I'd give that up if I were you. You might get fleas.
Are you mad?
No, and I'm glad you're not either. By the way, Chester won't be able to talk to you anymore, but you know when he's happy. He'll just wag his tail.
Are you suggesting that my husband is a moron?
No, I think he's a collie.
What?
He's turned into a dog.
Oh, this is no place for me. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, fickle woman. When she married Chester, she promised to stick with him. And now the first little thing that happens, she leaves him. Come on, Chester. If your wife doesn't want you, I'll take you home with me. Oh, there you go, jumping all over me again. Turning you into a dog certainly made you affectionate. Say, I wonder... no, I couldn't do that to George.
Chester, I can't understand why Gracie doesn't come home. I hope she didn't run it.
Wait, George, wait. We're in trouble.
Huh?
Your wife is coming up the walk, and Bosco is with her. That means she's been back to my house.
Uh-oh. You'd better hide in the closet until we find out how much she knows.
Right.
Wonder how in the world Gracie got that dog.
Oh, hello, dear.
Where have you been, Gracie?
At Chester Morris's house, and I brought him back with me. Chester, say hello to George.
That's Chester Morris?
Oh, yes, I accidentally said the magic word that turned him into a dog. And when I opened the trunk, there he was.
Oh, I see.
Well, we'll give him a home to make up for the wrong I've done. How much will it cost to get a license for him?
$5.
Oh, gee, when I got you, I only paid $2.
Husbands are cheaper.
My goodness, I just thought of something. Come with me, Chester. We'll be right back there.
What a woman. Hey, Jester, were you listening? Gracie thinks she turned you into a dog.
Yeah, I heard it. You know, George, every man in this country should be grateful to you.
Why?
Well, if you hadn't married Gracie, one of us might have gotten her.
I see. Well, what do we do about this dog business?
Well, we'll play along for a while. When you think she's worried enough, make some excuse to get Bosco into the closet, and I'll turn back into a man, see?
Swell. Look out, here they come.
Yeah.
Oh, George, help me with this.
What have you got there?
Well, a suit of your long underwear. We can't let Chester Morris run around with no clothes on.
Gracie, you can't put my underwear on that dog.
Why, it'll fit perfectly. We'll put his front paws in the arms, his back paws in the legs, and his tail can stick through the trap door.
Give me the underwear. I'll put it back where it belongs.
Oh, I don't know, Chester. Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, where'd you get the dog?
That's Chester Morris, the movie actor.
What?
I turned him into a dog.
I think I'll go out and come in again.
Okay, Gracie, I'll put the underwear back. Now, let's talk about Chester. Maybe there's some way to make him into a man again.
Oh, if there only was.
Yeah.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, George, you're here. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you.
Thanks, Bill.
Listen, where'd you get the dog?
That's Chester Morris, the movie actor.
Uh-oh. 15 years with Gracie had finally rubbed off on him. Well, I'll be running along. I'll see you all later.
Where you going, Bill?
I'm going out and get some Maxwell House coffee. I need it. A cup of rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House always cheers me up.
Why, are you upset about something?
Yes, a little, yeah. So long.
No, wait, Bill. Oh, poor Chester is lonely. You two boys should get together.
Oh, we will. Yes, I'll phone you, Chester. Goodbye.
No, just a minute. Maybe you can help me turn him back into a man. Do you know any magic words?
Oh, sure, Gracie. I know 3. Manizales, Medellins, and Bucaramangas.
They're magic?
Well, you bet. That's the magic blend of choice Latin American coffees that goes into Maxwell House. When this magic blend is radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection, you've got good to the last drop Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee.
Oh, all right, Bill. We'll try them. Run get a trunk, George.
Oh, we don't need a trunk. Just to put him in the closet and say the magic words.
Now, wait a minute. She's going to put this dog in the closet and turn him into a man? Sure. Listen, Pooch, if we're smart, we'll get out of here. These creeps are real gone.
Come on, Chester, get in the closet. That's the idea.
All right, Bill. Here goes. Manizales, Midland, Bucaramangas. Now we'll open the closet, and out will come Chester. Chester Morris, the man.
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on out, Chester.
Well, thanks a lot, Bill. I was getting awfully tired of being a dog.
Oh, well, that's okay, Chester. I was glad to.
I knew Maxwell House coffee was good, but I didn't know it was that good. Oh, Chester, I'm so glad you're a man. man again.
Oh, and so am I, Gracie.
And your wife will be happy, too.
Yes.
It would have been terribly awkward being married to a dog.
Yeah, sure.
How could you dance together?
Yes, my wife would have to lead.
Jester, Gracie has learned her lesson about lying, and she's never gonna...
What was that?
That was me, Gracie. You see, I don't turn back into a man immediately. No, there's a fight going on inside of me. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. Part of me is man, and part of me is still dog.
Well, your Jekyll must be dog because your hide looks like a man.
Gracie, why don't you run to the market and buy some... Oh, no.
Wait a minute. That noise is coming from the closet.
Yes, that's right, it is. You see, Gracie, besides being a magician, I'm also a ventriloquist.
Yeah, he threw the dog's voice into the closet.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like he threw the dog's claws in there, too.
Jester, you gotta quiet that dog.
Yeah, okay, George. Gracie, I don't want you to witness this gruesome battle between the man and the beast in me. I'll go into the closet and fight it out.
Oh, well, good luck, you brave Molly.
Molly?
Well, that's a combination, man and collie.
Oh, Molly. That's what you said, yes. Well, go in the closet, Chester.
Oh, dear, the dog is winning.
Quiet, boy. Stay down. Stay down.
Oh, now the man is winning.
Now, back. Get back there. Will you please get back? Uh-oh. They both came out.
It was a draw.
What?
Now there are two Chesters. I'll call Mrs. Morris and tell her the good news, that lucky woman.
She's lucky?
Well, sure. If one husband tries to sneak in late at night, the other husband will bark at him.
Let's go, Chester.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
George, I wonder what most folks tell their children when the youngsters ask about democracy and communism.
I'm not sure, Gracie, but I do think that too many of us take our American high standards of living pretty much for granted. We don't really know what's behind our nation's economic system.
Well, that's why everybody should have a copy of that wonderful new illustrated booklet, The Miracle of America. That gets right down to brass tacks about our American way of life.
You're right, Gracie. With that booklet, every family can learn just how our economic system operates and how working together we can make it better still.
And listen, everybody, you can get a copy of this booklet absolutely free. All you have to do is send your request to me, Gracie Allen, Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. That's Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City.
Good night, everybody.
If you like good things the easy way.
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble.
No grounds, no pop.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy Instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Pete Fowler.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.